Call this hearing to order. And before I begin, let me acknowledge the presence of Senator Robin Padilla. Good afternoon, sir. And let me direct the committee secretary to acknowledge your resource persons for today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, and good afternoon also to Senator Robin and our resource persons. For the public hearing on the Matatag curriculum of the Department of Education, we would like to acknowledge our resource persons from the Department of Education or DepEd. We have Director Jocelyn D.R. Andaya, Director Laila Ariola, Director Edward Jimenez, Ms. Isabel A. Victorino, and Mr. Roel S. Padernal. We have also invited the principals and schools division offices of some of the pilot schools. From NCR, we have Muzon Elementary School. We have Dr. Cecil G. Carandang, the schools division superintendent of Malabon City SDO, and Dr. Ronald P. Santiago, OIC school principal of Muzon Elementary School, together with Dr. Ernest Joseph Cabrera, Dr. Josefina Pablo, Dr. Eliseo Raimundo, Dr. Hilda Valencia, Ms. Evelyn Calyada, and Ms. Elizabeth C. Aquino. For Luzon, we have Kawayan North Central School. We have Dr. Cherry S. Ramos, the Schools Division Superintendent of Kawayan City SDO, together with Ms. Gemma Bala. From Visayas, we have Tabogon Central Elementary School. The Schools Division Office of Cebu Province is represented by Dr. Gladys Balagtas, the OIC Chief of the School Governance and Operations Division. From Mindanao, we have Siyangan Elementary School. From the Schools Division Office, we have Dr. Fernando A. Dones Jr. and Ms. Edna S. Mantilla, the school head of the Siyangan Elementary School. From the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, or PIDS, we have Dr. Michael Ralph Abrigo and Mr. Edmar Lingatong. From Simeo Inotec, we have Dr. Josdado M. San Antonio. From the Second Congressional Commission on Education, we have the Executive Director, Dr. Carol Mark R.E. From the Philippine Normal University, or PNU, we have Dr. Jenny Hoxon and Dr. Alan S. Reyes. From the University of Santo Tomas College of Education, we have the Assistant Dean, Dr. Louis B. Dasas. From the Assessment, Curriculum, and Technology Research Center, or ACTRC, we have Dr. Nona Marlene B. Ferrido and Dr. Pam Robertson, who are both Deputy Directors. From the United Nations Children's Fund, or UNICEF Philippines, we have Dr. Excelsa C. Tongson and Assistant Professor Miriam I. Ugadan. From the Coordinating Council of Private Educational Associations, or COCOPEA, we have Dr. Joselito Gutierrez, Dr. Felina P. Espique, Ms. Athena Grace Espino, and Attorney Joshua Alexander Calaguas. Last but not the least, from Rex Education, we have Mr. Levi Espinosa and Mr. John Paul Velasco. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, recognize also the presence of our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. Thank you for coming, sir. Today we'll be conducting a motu proprio hearing on the implementation of the Matatag curriculum. The Matatag curriculum is probably the single most important reform that the Department of Education has undertaken in recent memory. And although during the pandemic we saw a reduction on the competencies with the implementation of the most essential learning competencies, but now it has been formalized through what we call the Matatag curriculum. And today we'll be discussing the features of the Matatag curriculum, the rationale on why we had to reform the curriculum. And we all know curriculum is the most important aspect of education, because I call this as the software that feeds into the brains of our learners. And our learners will be our future workforce and future citizens of this country. So it's all the software that goes into the minds and the thoughts of our learners. So it's a very important facet of education, and we have already reformed it, and now we're in the pilot testing, and we want to also learn from the implementers on the ground on their thoughts and learnings from this new curriculum. At the same time, we will also talk about the challenges that we will be facing in the full implementation of the Matatag curriculum. in 2024 will be the full implementation of the Matatag curriculum, and we want to understand what are the challenges that we are facing and what are the budgetary requirements that we will be needing in order to see a successful implementation of this curriculum. At the same time, we also want to learn the rationale. Uh, why did we have to revise the curriculum? And we invited some experts from the Assessment Curriculum and Technology Research Center, who I had an opportunity to interact with them in the past. This actually, the team of Dr. Pam Robertson and Dr. Nona Frido were actually invited here in Congress to here in Senate to share with us their thoughts on the old curriculum and what are the things that we need to improve on, to reform in order to make our curriculum at par with the present times, and also to fix some of the gaps and the problems that we are encountering. So they're actually, in my understanding, the ACTRC is the sole organization that undertook a curriculum review, and this is in partnership, of course, with the DepEd, and they also made some suggestions that led to this new curriculum. So with that, again, we'll focus on the uh, the Matatag curriculum, which is being pilot tested right now, and we'll talk about the implementation as we go along. But before that, we would like to hear an opening remark from our minority leader and then from our distinguished Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and magandang hapon po sa lahat. So, from the statement of our chairman, I get the impression that you are now implementing a new curriculum. Ito na yung Matatag curriculum on a pilot basis. Okay, so give us feedback. Ano na nangyayari? How long has this been ongoing on a pilot basis? And is it true? Is it correct that when the Secretary of Education said she's not an educator, she had no hand in forming the Matatag curriculum? So please confirm that in this hearing. Well, totoo ba yun? That she really let that committee operate autonomously? Yan ang narinig ko sa speech niya mismo. So tell me if I'm wrong, para lang maintindihan po natin. So I'm here to listen, Mr. Chairman, para ang problema kasi hindi nyo kami ginawang member ng EDCOM 2 eh. So ayan ang problema. Kaya sa budget hearing, nagugulat kami na ano ba, na yung may bago ng curriculum, saan galing yung inputs nito. But I know, I'm aware of a certain law, may curriculum committee tayo eh. Di ba? Section 3 ba yun? One of their, in a certain law. That's so, sige, then we will get to know how that committee works, because meron din akong bill on at the appropriate levels. Sana turuan na natin ng computers coding skills ang ating mga. I hope that committee studied that angle, and then I hope marinig sa Matatag curriculum na meron tayong component na gano'n. Sige, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Leader. And 21st century skills is one of the pronounced features of the new curriculum, and we'll ask DepEd later on to give us some explanation and some clarification on that. So, Senator Padilla.
Maraming salamat po, Chairman. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Isang magandang tanghali po sa ating mahal na chairman, ang amin pong Einstein dito, Senator Win Gatchalian, at ang amin pong minority floor leader, ang aking pong hinahangaan na Senator Aquilino Pimentel Jr., ang aking chairman sa PDP Laban. At sa inyo pong lahat, ako po ay masyadong interesado dito sa Matatag curriculum na to, sapagkat sa salita pa lang matatag na eh. At gusto ko pong magtanong lang mamaya patungkol, Chairman, sa kung ano po yung sinasabi nito sa kasaysayan, sa paglalahad ng kasaysayan. Dahil napakahalaga po ng kasaysayan para sa ating kabataan na malaman nila kung ano talaga, saan tayo galing, ano ba talaga. Kasi lalo tayong magiging matatag. Sabi nga nila, kung alam natin kung ano yung pinagmulan natin. Kaya mamaya po magtatanong po ako. Masyado po akong interesado sa pag-uusapan natin ngayon. Maraming salamat po, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. And with the permission of my colleagues, we'll start off with ACTRC just to set the tone and context. No? And this organization was assigned to review the old curriculum. They came up with a paper, which I read actually, and they identified some gaps, some weaknesses, some inconsistencies, and and made some recommendations on which this new curriculum was based on. So some of the members of ACTRC are located in Australia, so they will be joining us via Zoom. And then some of the members are not present in Metro Manila now because of some activities outside of Metro Manila. But they're here with us to shed light on their work on the old curriculum, their analysis, and then what made them recommend reforms that were taken into consideration in the new curriculum. So we call on Dr. Frido, who is with us via Zoom.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Senator Win, Senator Coco, and Senator Tobin. We will to make we really didn't prepare for the presentation, but we can always share with you the recommendations and accompanying basis of that. So I requested Dr. Pam Robertson to share the recommendations. And if there are questions or if the gaps that are being addressed may have not been shared completely, then I can give some more details. I hope that will be all right, sir.
Yes, yes. So we will call on Dr. Pam Robertson,
Yes.
who's also a member of the ACTRC, the Assessment Curriculum and Technology Research Center. I think she's located in Australia right now. So she's with us via Zoom. So we recognize Dr. Robertson.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you everyone for allowing us to be here today. It's very, it gives us a great feeling of honour that you are able to listen to our research findings and that you find them useful. The key finding out of our curriculum review was that teachers were having difficulty implementing the previous curriculum and that students were having difficulty learning it. That led to some problems for Philippine society because students were leaving school without the required skills and knowledge to succeed at further education or in employment. So our findings hinged around what was making it difficult for teachers to deliver the curriculum and for students to learn it. One of the key findings was that there was simply too many learning competencies in the curriculum. For some grade levels, there was up to maybe 3,000 different things that they were expected to learn in a year, and there were often around 1,000. That's a lot of different things to expect a learner to learn and for teachers to have time to give them really good coverage so that the students truly embed an understanding. So one of the recommendations was that the curriculum was streamlined and slimmed down with fewer learning competencies. Another recommendation was that in some areas there were issues with sequencing, which meant that students' knowledge wasn't building step on step as they went through the grades. And working with the Bureau of Curriculum Development, we identified a number of areas where that was the case. And that is one of the things that the new curriculum is hoping to achieve. It's hoping to streamline and refine those so that they're a little easier to implement. Along with revising the sequencing, we found that sometimes the clarity of expression of the curriculum was such that it was difficult for teachers to know exactly what they were supposed to be teaching and to know exactly what skills and knowledge the students needed to gain. So there were some areas where the clarity of expression needed to be improved. Similarly, there was some concerns around the cognitive demand of some of the learning competencies. In the previous basic education curriculum, many of the learning competencies were at a very low level of cognitive demand. It was almost at a memorization level. The current curriculum was the cognitive demand was increased in reaction to that, and it seems that in some areas it went a little too much to the higher order thinking skills and didn't give students time to develop the very basic skills well before starting to build on. So that was an issue a little bit around sequencing and a little bit around balancing. Students need to have some time where they're memorizing and learning the basics off by heart. They need to have some time where they're practicing performing fairly routine tasks before you can really give them those high cognitive demand tasks. So it was a little bit about balancing that. Through adjusting sequencing and clarity of expression and cognitive demand, it's hoped that the sequencing of skills is developed to ensure that students develop the prerequisite skills and knowledge systematically from one grade to the next to the next. We hope that that will improve the proportion of students who enter each topic that they're starting with the relevant prerequisite skills and knowledge. That's really important because we found in our research that teachers were more likely to have trouble having time to teach something if the students entered that grade and that topic without the prerequisite skills and knowledge. So it's really important that students build skills in a really consolidated way systematically as they move through the grades. And where we found that that wasn't happening, it became even more difficult for the teachers to teach the curriculum and for the students to learn it. So with that in mind, the recommendations were that as well as streamlining and paying attention to sequencing of the learning competencies, that there was also some clarity around how those learning competencies are articulated and work together to build over time. I think that summarises our main recommendations. We'd be happy to take any questions that you have or provide any additional information that you need to start your hearing today.
Thank you for the concise presentation. So basically, Dr. Robertson, the main takeaway here is number one, there are too many competencies in our old curriculum, and because it's too many competencies, our teachers are not teaching all of them, or they do not finish in one school year. They are having problems finishing all the competencies. And that leads to number two, our learners are not ready because all the competencies are not being taught to them. When they jump to the next grade level, they're not ready to take on the subjects in the next grade level. And that also eats up into the time of the teacher in the next grade level. And that, of course, that cascades now, the problem now cascades throughout the whole process. At the same time, Dr. Robertson, I also understand that the cognitive demands is mismatched to the learning. If I'm not a technical person on this matter, but I understand that the cognitive demands is mismatched to what the learners can absorb. If that's the right the description. And can you elaborate on that part? No? Because that seems to be a very important matter that we need to emphasize and an important reform that we need to also look at.
Certainly. The cognitive demand issue is a very tricky one because you don't want a curriculum like the curriculum prior to the K to 12, where it's just rote learning and memorization. We know from lots of international studies that that doesn't prepare people well for their life. It doesn't prepare them for higher education and it doesn't prepare them for the workforce. So we need to make sure that the curriculum has higher order skills in it. And the K to 12 curriculum really made an improvement in that area. However, in some areas it went too far. And it was really trying to get students to do things that were very cognitively demanding before they had cemented those earlier basic skills that they need. So you can't jump into the very high levels of analysis and evaluation and creativity if you don't have the fundamentals. So when we compared we had databases that allowed us to compare the Philippine curriculum to some international comparators. Not a consistent database, but it was available in some of the learning areas. And where we did that, we found that the Philippine curriculum had a greater proportion of learning competencies that were at some of the high cognitive demand levels, but that it had very few, particularly in that sort of routine performance of standard algorithms. So if I give you a mathematics example, it would be that before students had had enough practice at just learning to do basic addition, they were being asked to do worded problems in a very applied and abstract situation where they needed to maybe draw on learning from different areas and pull it together for some very elaborate problem solving. Now, it's very good that students get the opportunity to do that sort of problem solving, but they need to have enough practice in the basics in order to enable them to do that. And so we saw that the Philippine curriculum tended to be a little bit heavier on those very high skills and a little bit lower on those sort of medium level skills. And so what we're asking, or what we were recommending in our report, was that that be balanced a little more. So it was almost like the basic education prior to the K to 12 was too far in low cognitive demand, and the K to 12 in some areas had swung a little bit too far to the other extent, and it was too high. And what we need is just to come back a little so that they still get practice at the higher order skills, which are very important, but that they are taken there gradually and that the sequencing is developed properly.
Is it right? Is it a correct description that the K to 12 curriculum or the old curriculum did not emphasize on the foundations in terms of cognitive demand, that it jumped too far ahead of the high level cognitive levels? So in other words, the fundamentals and the foundations are quite weak for our learners, that it went too far, and that created weak foundations for our learners. Is that an accurate description, Dr. Robertson?
Yes, sir, that's a very accurate description.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator, may I add?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Frido.
Maybe to give everyone a view of what Dr. Pam was saying about the cognitive demand, when we were reviewing the K-12 curriculum, we use 5 different levels of cognitive demand. And the lowest is that of, memorizing facts and formulas and definitions. And then the second level is performing procedures. And then the third one is communicating understanding. And then the fourth one is analyzing information and advancing arguments. And the highest level is applying concepts and making connections. Now, the K to 12 curriculum in general, although not in all subject areas, focus on the fourth and the fifth one. That is analyzing information and applying concepts. And there was little time allotted to performing procedures. And as Dr. Pam shared earlier, it was a reaction to the previous basic education curriculum, or what is called BEC or RBEC. So that was how the learning competencies were written and developed by the different groups of people who worked on the competencies.
I'll just flash a slide, and this was taken from your research.
Yes,
Just
sir.
to illustrate, this was taken from the ACTRC research. And just to show a visual representation of what you have described here. For grade 3, what you were seeing, level 4 and level 5 is level 4 is analyze and offer arguments, and number 5 apply concepts and make connections beyond the area. And ACTRC compared it with Singapore. So in other words, in grade 3, the higher level cognitive skills for in the Philippines is much greater than Singapore. And for the lower level, Singapore is much lower. No? So in other words, we're demanding more from our grade 3 students beyond what they can absorb, and also beyond the foundations that were given to them prior to grade 3. This is from the research that you have produced. And then it goes also, if you look at for grade 6 and grade 10, you can see the comparison. For grade 10, being more mature, in Singapore, they have the level 4 and level 5 are much greater. But in the Philippines, the level 5 is much lesser. So I think there's a mismatch within the cognitive demands and also what the learners are expected to absorb. Is that an accurate description, Dr. Frido? Ma'am, you're on mute.
I said that is an accurate description of the cognitive demand that we have for the Philippine curriculum compared to Singapore.
Thank you, thank you. Our minority leader has some questions.
From the presentation, I get the impression that our learners, as they advance in age or in years, they also advance in grade level, although they may not be prepared for that new grade level. Is that what is happening, generally speaking?
Pam, you can answer, but I can go ahead first. Yes, Senator, that is true in general terms. That's why we say that the cognitive demand of our curriculum is high and focuses on what we have said on analyzing information and advancing arguments, and the highest level is on applying concepts and making connections. But if the prerequisite skills for this were gradually developed at the lower grades, then of course our students would be able to handle. Although of course we need to consider that with respect also to the number of competencies in each grade level. Okay, ganun po yun.
Okay, so does our system pass students to the next grade level, although we know that they are not prepared for the subjects of that next grade level?
I'm happy to take that question if that's okay with you. The issue is not one of passing students who shouldn't be passed. The issue is of making sure that the system gradually builds students' skills in a sequential way. I'd like to refer back to some earlier research that Ma'am Marlene and I did in the science curriculum. And if we look at that, even in the selective science-oriented high schools, the pace of the curriculum was too great and the students couldn't keep up. It's not about the students not being good enough or not working hard enough or not being smart enough. It's simply that the task that they're being asked to do is too unmanageable. They can't even have a chance to present, to sit in a classroom where the information is presented because the teachers don't have time to teach it all. So it's not a matter of passing students who shouldn't be passed. It's a matter of a system being established that is unachievable for both the teachers and the learners. I'm sure Ma'am Marlene would like to add to that.
I think that's a sufficient explanation.
Thank you for that insight. No? So my next question is, our current curriculum, the one before Matatag, when did we establish this? When did we start observing this or implementing this? Maybe the DepEd can, those who know. When and how did we come up with the pre-Matatag curriculum?
Good afternoon, Senator Win and Senator Pimentel. We started implementing the K-12 curriculum in 2011 when we made mandatory the implementation of kindergarten. And then it was a phased implementation also. There was a study conducted by the University of Melbourne, if I am not mistaken, the findings of which were also incorporated in the making and development of the K-12 program.
But we have our own curriculum committee, di ba? So in the law, I cited, tama ba ako, Chairman? There's a law. There's a K-12 law, and I remember a particular section there. There's a curriculum committee. Is that committee functioning? What section is that? Tingnan nyo nga. There is in the law. DepEd, you are not aware of a curriculum committee? Section what of the law? Yeah, section 6 of that law. There is a curriculum committee, okay, but of course we thank the University of Melbourne and the Australian government for helping us. But yeah, the curriculum consultative committee, section 6 of RA, no? 10533. I hope that is really activated, no? Kasi yan yung in changes in the curriculum, there must be really extensive consultation. So thank you for our Australian partners, but they have been there since the beginning of the present curriculum, which they now find to be either too ambitious, disconnected with reality, feet are not on the ground, ears are not on the ground, mga ganon. That's the same finding now of the... So what happened? What seems to have happened here, Mr. Chairman? University of Melbourne was already there for when the K-12 curriculum was formalized or finalized. So now we are in this situation now that we find that it's not in passing the learners, which is the problem, it's in the curriculum. So, where did we make the mistake? Because we have already involved the University of Melbourne from the very start. Saan ang pagkukulang natin?
Director Anday, do you want to respond to that?
I can only answer for curriculum, Senator Pimentel. Like what was discussed by ACTRC, there were some gaps that we saw in the paper itself, but it's another matter altogether in terms of implementing the curriculum, ensuring that the system is in place in order to correctly and accurately implement what's on paper. And so those were the findings, and we're making sure that this time around these findings are really incorporated in the Matatag curriculum.
Ito na lang, Mr. Chairman. So we have the K-12 curriculum, that was the pre-Matatag, and then we have the Matatag curriculum. Ang maganda siguro niyan is side by side natin. Yan, talagang dapat makita natin. Side by side natin, dapat ganyan ang presentation siguro. So sa length lang, which is the over-ambitious curriculum, kung nasa left side si K-12, makikita natin sobrang haba yan. Dapat si Matatag curriculum na nasa right column natin should be visually shorter na. Yan ang dapat, okay? And then, this time siguro yung mga, when we put the headings on the subject matter, medyo the subject matter title captures what is really to be taught in that. Kasi sabi, one of the observations was the clarity, lack of clarity. So, dapat ganun. So, are we ready with that, Mr. Chairman? Ready na ba sila sa side-by-side presentation of the K-12 with the Matatag? Basic na basic po yan.
Senator, for today po, we weren't able to do that. It's just actually a discussion of the Matatag curriculum. But if the committee can give us time or within the week, we can send a juxtaposition of the K-12 and the Matatag.
Okay. Who gave the go signal for the Matatag curriculum to be implemented on a pilot basis?
Well, ultimately, sir, it's our secretary that gave the go signal.
So there must have been a group which presented to the secretary. Okay. What convinced the secretary that the Matatag curriculum is better than the K-12 curriculum?
Sir, we are not privy to that, although our USEC for curriculum and teaching, our boss, I believe presented this Matatag curriculum to the secretary. In fact, I just know that there were some changes that our good secretary also made, specifically as regards the peace competencies, peace education, because like she said, even in the launch of the curriculum, that it's something very close to her heart, and other details which we were able also to incorporate in the Matatag curriculum.
Is the USEC present here? Wala rin? So, secretary is not present, USEC is not present. So, at any rate, tingnan nyo present kayo ng Matatag curriculum, dumaan yan sa, I'm sure dumaan yan sa consultative committee, dumaan yan sa brainstorming ninyo. At the secretary level, she decides to add a competency. Additional yun Peace competency. Maganda sa tenga. But it adds a competency. So it goes against now observation number 1. Too many learning competencies. So, kasi kung masyado kayong informal dyan, sa paggagawa ng curriculum, ganyan-ganyan lang, naisip ko ngayon, dagdag nyo. Is that the way you do it?
Sir, let me somehow give clarity to the issue on the peace education. She just said that there has to be, as relayed to us, there has to be a focus also on peace education. So it wasn't really adding more competencies. It's ensuring that those that are articulated in the curriculum are clearly articulated also as peace competencies and in all learning areas. So not necessarily adding more competencies. It's just surfacing all of them and making sure that these are also articulated there.
And the idea came after you have presented the matatag curriculum.
Yes.
So balik kayo sa drawing board to fix the matatag curriculum.
Um, sorry, sir. It wasn't really a matter of fixing again, but ensuring that all those all those that fall under peace competencies are really surfaced in the curriculum. And so we looked at it without necessarily adding more competencies, but rephrasing it such that what are really the important peace competencies that should be included. And so we did some revisions there.
On the subject headings, siguro, on the subject headings,
The competency, sir.
kaya nga, which is, where is the competency found? Is it in the subject heading? Ano ba tawag nyo doon? Ano ba tawag nyo doon sa mother
We call them,
lines?
sorry, Senator, we call them standards, and from the
Standards.
standards, we break them down into content
Mm.
and then performance. So it's found in the content also, but at the same time in the competency.
Where is the competency found in the matatag curriculum? Expressed where? In the subject matter?
Yes, yes, content.
So when you heard the peace competency, you revised your, at least yung mga subject matter title.
Some of them, but many are actually already present.
Okay, so it's not adding a competency, although you use the word peace competencies. Okay. So Mr. Chairman, I'll just await the report on what has been happening on the ground sa pilot testing. Ilan ba to? In how many schools bang approach natin? How many schools are we testing it?
Good afternoon, sir. Actually, we're piloting the Matatag curriculum in 35 schools. These are found in 7 regions pa.
Since when?
We started po last September 25 pa.
Itong school year lang na ito.
It started actually, more or less, it's
Okay, so
Correct.
the rest of the country, the rest of the country, they follow the K-12 curriculum, then 35 schools,
yes.
the Matatag curriculum. Okay, so how will we compare now the results? How will we compare after one grading period, after one school year? When and how?
We intend to look at it, sir, after the end of the school year.
Then we'll give them an exam.
Yeah, and it's going to be the Bureau of Education Assessment that's going to undertake that, sir.
So there will be siguro 35 schools with all the students will be given an exam, and then ang control natin would be some other selected schools na under the K-12,
Yes,
and then you will compare kung saan mas magaling in math. Ano ba yung what will we measure? What will we compare? Math, reading, math skills, reading skills, ano ba? Science knowledge.
Actually, I cannot speak so much about what's going to be tested, but certainly it's not going to be a comparison, particularly in the performance of our learners from that of the Matatag and that of the K-12. Sir.
It will be a comparison.
It's not going to be a comparison, certainly.
So, ano kaya to? So anyway, somebody explain how the pilot testing will be put to good use. Sige, explain to us.
Director Andaya, I'm looking at your presentation. Do you want to show the minority leader? There's a reduction in the number of competency. I think this is what he's pointing at, and also the breakdown of the components of the peace education. It's in page 13 and page what's this? 16.
Sir,
We'll flash it on the screen. This is from your presentation.
Um, may I answer first?
Yes, and then
Senator Pimentel's question. What's the purpose of the pilot implementation? It's not to actually compare K to 12 and matatag curriculum. The purpose of the pilot is now to determine the support needed by our teachers and school leaders to effectively implement the matatag curriculum and to identify the challenges, issues, or gaps that may arise in order to address them appropriately and in the preparation for the implementation and rollout in 2024. So that even from the get-go, we already know what are some of the problems and issues that we will encounter, and we can actually do something about it before it's going to be implemented nationwide. So that's the purpose of the pilot.
So in effect, it has already been decided that the curriculum will now be changed. It's going to be the matatag curriculum. Except that, I do not know, parang nagrenda kayo. Outside of the 35 schools, you will let them suffer learning from the old curriculum. Yan ang ginagawa nyo eh. Because aralin nyo muna sa 35, ano bang problema in implementing the matatag curriculum. Is that really necessary na may pilot sa 35? I mean, what's the point? Ano yun? Malalaman nyo naman sa nationwide, anong problem if you implement it nationwide? What's wrong?
Senator, at least now with the results of the, okay, wait. In terms of looking into the entire program, we want to make sure that those challenges that we were able to encounter in the implementation of K to 12, okay, will be able, we drew lessons from that, but at the same time also drawing lessons for the pilot implementation. Because it's not going to be assessed at the end only of the school year. So there will be teams that will be looking into these schools, and therefore they will not be parang napabayaan or papabayaan namin in terms of implementing this, but ensuring that they have the necessary support so that this can be implemented also successfully. Yun po yung intent po ng pilot implementation. And besides, it's good also to take a look at what works best in some areas and what are the things that we need to improve on, because this is a snapshot of, for instance, those schools implementing in the far-flung areas and those implementing in the urban areas.
Director, do you want to explain this slide? Because this is actually a very important slide, no?
Yes, sir. Thank you. The findings of the ACTRC necessitated really looking into the most essential learning competencies. And that's why when we did the revision, we made sure, and this isn't just borne by the findings of ACRC in terms of doing a documentary analysis, but it's really doing FGDs or focus group discussions with our teachers and even our supervisors. And this is an overwhelming finding and that we needed to address. And that's why we looked at the current curriculum, which is the K-12 curriculum, and we said that there are those that are nice to know competencies, nice to have competencies versus the must to know competencies. And so we were able to eliminate those and made sure that those that are essential in terms of moving on to the next quarter, semester, or grade level, those are what we placed here. And that's why from a total of 11,738, it became just 3,664 without watering down, Senator Pimentel, what the competencies, what are the essential competencies that are needed by our learners, and so that the teachers are afforded more time to really teach said competency.
This is the better question.
We're talking on the sidelines of with Senator Pimentel. Actually, I share this same feeling, and I voiced this out in few of my interviews that this is long overdue. And just imagine the competencies, 70% reduction in competencies. And I'll show another slide that I picked up from ECTRC. And this is a very important slide. This is slide 2. This is from the research of Dr. Robertson and Dr. Frido. This is, so that we'll have appreciation. Because of the because of the overcrowding and the number of competencies that we have in our old curriculum, just look at the number of teachers who can finish the entire competencies. No? In grade 3, only 24%. In grade 6, it's only 12%. Just imagine, only 12% of our teachers can finish the entire curriculum based on the competencies because of the sheer number of competencies that are pushed to them and mandated of them to teach. No? And later on, we can hear from our teachers. We invited the implementers to share with us their thoughts on the old and the new curriculum later on. And then in the next slide, again, I got this from ACTRC, because teachers are not teaching the entire curriculum, therefore their learners are not ready, or they're not ready for the next level. And if you look at grade 6, 59% are not ready. Grade 4, 20%. But it goes, the higher the grade, the more not ready the students are, because the teachers are not teaching the entire number of competencies. And that's why, in my opinion, my personal opinion, this is already an indication that we need to drastically change the curriculum and move fast. No? That's why, in my opinion, this new curriculum should have been implemented yesterday. No? But obviously, I understand from DepEd there are some logistical and practical reasons why they have to do pilot testing. No? And that's why we're on the sidelines, me and Senator Pimentel were saying that paano naman yung mga non-pilot schools? No? They'll be experiencing this, but the pilot schools, the 35, will obviously benefit from the new curriculum. But let's ask DepEd to explain to us the rationale why the delay of 1 year. I understand it's logistical, but let's hear from DepEd why. How come there's a pilot school implementation, and then after that a 3-year phased implementation? It's not a 1 year, 1 year all level implementation, a 3-year phased implementation. So that's the rollout plan of DepEd. So give us a rationale on why that is the decision to implement the new curriculum.
Sir, we launched the curriculum in August of this year. It will take us months also to produce the necessary textbooks and learning resources. Like I said, we were able to learn also from our experience in the implementation of K-12. And one of those challenges was actually ensuring that textbooks are given to are afforded our learners. And so that gives us time as well to do the necessary procurement activities so that by the beginning of next school year, our learners have those resources. Number 2, we will have to train and retrain our teachers so that this is a new curriculum. There are capacity building activities that needed to be done. Even, of course, in terms of assessment activities. And so these are the important considerations also in implementing this for next school year.
Do you have a budgetary estimate already on how much do we need to spend in order to prepare for the phase-in implementation? I'll flash on the screen, slide 6, the phased implementation. Starting 2024 and 20, and then 4 years thereafter, there will be a phased-in implementation. My first question is, how come it's kinder, grade 1, grade 4, grade 3? What is the reason behind the selection of these grades? And then number 2, what type of preparation and how much budget do we need in order to make sure that by 2024, all of these grade levels have the right learning materials, the right curriculum guides, and all of the training necessary to successfully implement the new curriculum?
Okay. Sir, for the first question, why is it a phased implementation? If we take a look at the grade levels, we see that these are key stages. So key stage 1 is from kinder to grade 3, and then beginning of key stage 2 is 4. Beginning of key stage 3 is 7, and beginning of key stage 4 is 11. And as we looked at the skills that are necessary for them to be able to master the needed competencies and make sure that the prerequisites are able to be learned, then they have to do a phased implementation. So that when for instance, our grade 4 students already reached the key stage standard. Okay, because there are key stage standards that need to be met. And so they already have the prerequisite necessary in order for them to move on to the next grade level. That's why it has to be a phased implementation there, because there are prerequisite skills. Now, in terms of preparation, capacity building, that has already been ironed out starting this school year. Towards the tail end of this year, November, there will be already capacity building activities for our teachers, culminating in summer, during which our teachers will be also capacitated, specifically those kinder, grade 1, grade 4, grade 7 teachers. In terms of procurement for the textbooks, I believe we have already started, and there has been fund allotted for that purpose. And there are actually activities also as regards national assessments and classroom assessments that need also to be, there are already plans in place for all of those. So we're looking at the entire system and making sure that the system will work and is working as well when we finally roll it out. So that by July of next year, ready na po lahat in time for our...
So the reason for picking this time frame is really for teacher training, learning materials, all the logistical requirements that we need to prepare for. And how much are you looking at? Are we going to replace all the current textbooks? So if that's the case, we should be preparing to procure or to print
Yes.
those textbooks already.
Yes po,
Because if we're talking about 2024, that's probably around when? August? The new
August,
school year.
yes.
So we're talking about less than a year from now.
Yes po, and we have already started with the pre-procurement activities.
Okay.
By January, I believe there's already a procurement that will happen for our textbooks.
Mr. Chairman, it explains what I noticed to be the tenfold increase in the budget for printing, for books and materials. 1 billion, if I remember correctly, 1 billion, and then sa next, sa NEP, 10 billion yata na laman yan eh.
Is that the reason why there's an increase in acquisition of books. This is in preparation for the new curriculum. Okay, all right. And one grade level on the average is what? 3 million students, more or less. So we're talking about for 2024, 12 more or less, 10 to 12 million new books.
Senator Win, our current textbooks will serve as our reference materials or the reference materials also of our teachers because not all competencies naman are new. Because there are enduring competencies, of course. And that's why the textbooks, the current textbooks that we're using now might also be used, but not in the way that it has been articulated in the curriculum. So it's now up to the teacher if he or she will use that as long as it's available in the school. And at the same time, also other resources in the internet that they might find useful. We also have resources in our portal that the teachers can make use of.
Do you want to proceed with your presentation? I know you prepared the presentation. Is that correct? Yeah, because that will give us more information on what changes you made and what is the rationale for the changing curriculum. Edie Carol, you wanna say something?
I guess, Senator Win, we have other comments on the revised K-10 curriculum, but we just wanted to reiterate our questions earlier shared with DepEd in relation to the textbooks. In our conversations with DepEd, in our ongoing partnership with them, the explanation to us is that for the production of textbooks, you need 6 months to produce it, 3 months to print it, and 3 months to deliver it, to ship. This is optimistic. Kung nasa pre-procurement tayo, it means once awarded, then you begin the 6 months, and then the 3 months, and then the 3 months. Using those timelines, we will not have textbooks by July. And so I guess yung question namin before is, and the response from DepEd before, was that may self-learning modules naman or may ibang materials. And so our question is, do we have budget to make those materials available, printed, or are we going to release it digitally and then request and rely on the teachers to handle the printing? In our analysis also of the material of the information submitted to us by the DepEd Bureau of Learning Resources as of August 2023, yung may textbooks lang talaga to fall back on in the current curriculum of K-12 is really yung kumpleto, grade 5 and grade 6, and a sprinkling of some subjects in grade 4, 8, 9, and 10. So I guess our real question is, we welcome, of course, the revision of the curriculum to make sure it is decongested. But in our consultations with teachers, sabi nila, please let's not start kung wala kaming training at wala kaming gamit at walang gamit yung mga bata. And so our question really is, how do we make sure that happens? We have a runway of 1 year, this pilot. We've asked the question before on what are the milestones that we are looking at to assess preparedness, because you will need to make decisions before July that will then trigger the full implementation of K147. What are the milestones we are looking at? Ano yung binabantayan natin? Ano yung indicator na handa tayo at ano yung indicator na hindi? At sa usapin pa lamang ng textbooks na malinaw na hindi sapat at hindi in time darating yan sa mga bata, ano yung plan B natin? Kasi ngayon pa lang malinaw na plan B will be our plan A. And is that reflected in the 2024 GAA?
We'll drill down on the textbooks later on. No? That's an important point because, of course, it's very difficult to learn and to teach without any textbooks. No? So, and what our minority leader pointed out, we already allocated funds. No? So, the next question is, can we spend it and deliver it on time? No? On time for the school opening in 2024. So we'll drill down on that later on, but we'll allow DepEd to present the matatag curriculum and so that we can also make some comments on this curriculum. Okay. You can go ahead, Director Andaya.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, next slide, please. When we adopted the K-12 program via RA 1053-3. Our aim was to enhance the Philippine basic education system by strengthening the curriculum and increasing the number of years of basic education from 10 years to 12 years. Prior to the implementation of K-12, the Philippines had been one of only 3 remaining countries in the world, the other 2 being Djibouti and Angola, to have 10 years of basic education. The phased implementation of K-12 was adopted starting in 2011-2012 and was progressively implemented in the succeeding years. In 2017-2018, our grade 6 and 12 learners became the first cohort of elementary and senior high graduates. This school year 23-24, we will have our first batch of graduates who will have fully gone through the entire gamut of the K-12 program. Next slide, please. And so after several years of implementing the curriculum, it is now for revision. And like what ACTRC mentioned, these were the findings of when they did the review, that it's congested, there's misplaced prerequisite learning competencies, and there's an imbalance of cognitive demand. And so next slide, please. This is how we went through the curriculum revision process. It took us about 2 years to revise the curriculum, from the development of shaping papers and curriculum guides and validation of these documents to revision and public review and eventually finalization of these documents. The public review is something new that the VP and Secretary introduced po, because this is the first time that we did that. We opened it up to the public for their comments and suggestions. And we share this in our website, and I believe that many of our stakeholders were able to comment on the curriculum. We have also listened, next slide, to several voices and perspectives, and we showed our commitment to engage our stakeholders in making decisions crucial to the future of every Filipino learners. We have engaged a sizable number of collaborators and contributors, not just from the DepEd, but also from the academe and higher education institutions, and other external stakeholders and industry leaders. We have also engaged the biggest private school associations such as Cocopea, CEAP, AXCU, PACU, and even our international experts. And then next slide. After going through the revision process, we have subjected to the curriculum to a public review, and there were around 4,483 respondents. Even EDCOM too was able to submit their feedback, share their feedback with us. And there were many, of course, there were some revisions that we made because of the feedback coming from several institutions and organizations. Our revision was guided by several factors, which are found in the next slide, including the insights gleaned from the curriculum review findings, the international large-scale assessment results, and international benchmarks such as Singapore, US, Australia, and alignment with the overarching goals outlined in the Matatag Education Agenda. And we also, in the revision, we also followed some basic learning principles. Number 1, learning is not possible in an overcrowded curriculum. It can be a stressor to students and teachers and even serve as an impediment to learning. Number 2, learning competencies must be age appropriate. When adults expect young children to master skills for which the necessary maturity has not yet been formed, we are impairing healthy brain development by excessively stressing the child. If pushed and rushed, a child's desire to learn will be hampered and his or her learning spirit crippled. The third learning principle is that learning starts from what students already know and can do. And that is one of the things that our partners, the ACTRC, mentioned, that some of the students are not prepared to tackle a new competency or skill. And then the last principle is learning involves a progression where more complex skills are built on foundational skills. And so much learning tends to follow an expected path or progression where more complex skills are built on foundational skills. Next slide, please. And so the main features, next slide, are of the Matatag curriculum are the following. Number one, there's a focus on foundational skills such as literacy and numeracy skills, especially in K to 3. Number two, it's a decongested curriculum. We have significantly reduced the number of learning competencies, a balance of cognitive demand. As the student progresses to the next grade level, there's a shift from the focus on low levels to higher order thinking skills, and then clearer articulation of 21st century skills such as information, media, and technology skills, learning innovation skills, communication skills, and life and career skills. And then reduced learning areas for key stage 1 from grades 1 to 3, and intensified values education and strengthened peace education. There's an intensification of values formation of learners through GMRC and values education in adherence to RA 11476 and integration of peace concepts in the curriculum. And we made sure that our curriculum is on a par with international standards. Next slide. So for the congestion of the curriculum, which necessitated streamlining its intent and content, for grade 1 from 7 learning areas, it's now only 5 learning areas that focus on strengthening literacy and numeracy. So from 7 po, it's already 5 because we want to make sure that the foundational skills are attained by our learners. And so the creation of a language curriculum gives more emphasis to the development of oral language skills for communication in the learner's first language, which is essential in developing foundational skills for literacy and learning and other content areas. Reading and literacy equips learners with strong foundation in reading skills, comprehension, and critical thinking, and concurrently fosters a love for reading and helps learners develop the necessary skills to become confident and proficient readers. And math remains to be a significant part of the Matatag curriculum. We also introduced the new learning area called Makabansa that seamlessly weaves vital content and skills from civics, arts and culture, history, and physical education and health. And then the fifth curriculum content, the fifth subject, which is GMRC or good manners and right conduct, puts more emphasis on engaging various relational dynamics in a changing world and to ensure inclusivity amongst our learners. In sum, we reduced the learning areas with only 5 for grades 1 and 2 and 6 for grade 3. Next slide, please. Sorry.
Just to put everyone on the same, this is the first slide. This is for grade 1, correct?
Yes,
For-
grades 1 and 2, sorry.
For key stage 1.
For grade 3, which is part of key stage 1, there's an additional subject, which is science. So science starts in grade 3.
And just to educate us, for example, for grade 1 mathematics, how many competencies are there? Just give us in the current and in the new.
Sorry. It's in the other, there's a slide, decongested curriculum. It's there po. Yeah. Per grade level, we have for per grade level.
Is the competencies for the entire.
Entire.
So for example, mathematics, that's divided into different grade levels.
Yes, 6
correct?
grade levels.
6 grade levels. So the 740 is it's spread across 6 grade levels. no?
Correct.
So that's
Senator.
just to give everyone
Yes.
an idea on how competencies are
Mhm.
are distributed. But it really depends also on the grade level, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's not
It's not
evenly distributed across grade levels.
So yung slide number 11 po natin is grade 1. Yung ipaki-focus po yung yan. That's for grade 1.
Grades 1 and 2, sir.
Grades 1 and 2. Pero it's in the details eh. Sabi ko nga kay chairman namin, so those are the mother categories. We have reduced them from 7 to 5, but we may just have transferred the components palipat. So for example, sige, in the current curriculum mathematics for grades 1 and 2, what are the competencies that we are trying to teach our learners? Sige, in the current curriculum, mathematics.
Basic po ito learning from, for instance, in grade 1, they're able to count from 1 to 100, if I am not mistaken, because
Kasi ma'am, ganito eh. Sa isang slide ninyo, sa current curriculum ninyo, ang competencies na mathematics 740. Sinabi nyo, spread over how many grade levels yan? 7 or 6? 6, i-divide natin, di 120, more or less, competencies. Ang gusto nyo ituro sa isang grade level? Is that the correct way of looking at it?
the average number of competencies in the new curriculum is between 90 to 120, if I am not mistaken, yes.
In the matatag?
In the matatag, opo.
For one grade level?
For one grade level.
Kaya can we take a look at that one? Ano yung 90 to 100 na yun? And then, sa old curriculum, ilan? More or less.
We have a distribution per grade level so
Yes.
that ma-visualize.
Para lang, nagsasampling din po tayo just to test the theory behind this decongested curriculum.
Opo. For instance po, if we talk about competency, in grade 1, for instance, dapat alam na nila yung addition of numbers which sums up to 100. Yan po yung tinuturo. And
That's
then-
how we describe the competency.
Yes.
Okay.
Opo.
So grade 1 students must be able to add how many added yun? 2 numbers up to 100.
Two only.
Must
Opo.
be able to add 2 numbers up to 100. Isa yan, ganyan yung
Yes.
pagsukat.
Opo,
Okay,
opo.
that's how we
And
approach
then
it.
they, another competency is to measure the length of an object and the distance between two objects.
Mm. Yeah.
Examples.
So naka 120 descriptors kayo dyan. That's under the matatag. Math nga.
Yeah,
Math grade
matatag.
1, matatag. In the K to 12, math grade 1, how many? Sa tingin ko dapat parehas lang yan. I don't think ginalaw nyo yan. Sa iba tayo titingin siguro, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, mas...
Just like
ginalaw nga pala nila. Kasi para makita natin yung difference.
Opo. Ano lang po, although I do not have the figures right now in PowerPoint presentation and in the tawag dito, in the documents I have, the decongestion did not just mean deleting some of the competencies because in the K to 12 curriculum, there are competencies that overlap, that are repetitive. And so those were also some of the reasons why from, let's say, for instance, 250 competencies in a particular grade level, it became 90. It wasn't just that, tawag dito, we just deleted those that are nice to know, but that repetitions po siya and overlaps. And that's why when we looked at not just the math curriculum actually, but the entire curriculum, we said that, of course, for instance, science, we cannot do this particular competency unless it's found in the math. It's tackled in math. And so there was some sort of an horizontal across across subject areas and vertical articulation that needed to be done as well so that we'll be able to know what's really the essential. So ganun po yung explanation, sir, as to why we were able to, it's not just a hodgepodge of parang, o sige, ilagay natin yan, isiksik natin. It's not possible po because, like I said, we just wanted the essential competencies. So every competency that we place there, we made sure that it's really what's needed by our learners. And there are criteria that we follow in order to say that it is an essential competency.
So maganda ngayon. I think I appreciate this halos 8,000 competencies ang naalis. But why did this happen in the first place? Yun ang gusto ko tanongin. Why yung overlapping, for example, how sure are we that wala ring overlapping dito sa 3,600 na iwan? What level of care did you now implement which was not observed in the past?
I do not, I apologize, Mr. Senator, but I would not wish to dwell on what happened in the making or development of the K-12. But this, I can assure you po, as the Director of the Bureau of Curriculum Development, that the process that we observed, it took us 2 years actually to do this, the revision itself. The review took us 1.5 years to do it. But for the revision, we made sure that there are no overlaps and that they are not repetitive. Why am I saying that I am sure about it? It's because we did something that we did not do before, which is ang tawag doon, nilatag namin yung buo, hindi lang math for instance, kundi lahat ng learning area, subjects, nilatag po namin yan, tinitingnan po bawat isa. This is the competency here. Can we place it? Is this a prerequisite to another competency in another subject or learning area? That's what we did po. So the level of care that we placed there was very important as well to us. And so we had to go back to the drawing board if there were some, if the cognitive demand is high in a particular level and say, okay, hindi niya kaya yan kasi hindi pa yan naturo dito. And to our surprise, Mr. Senator, we found out that there are some competencies, for instance, in grade 7 that were supposed to be taught already in grade 6 or grade 5 but weren't taught. And so we had to go back to that and say, oh, dito muna bago natin lagay. So in terms of level of care, I am very confident about how we did that validation of the competencies.
Siguro naman, this will not be your last hearing on this, di ba? In the next hearing siguro, let us test the matatag curriculum by really now scrutinizing, magkuha tayo ng isang subject dyan. Tingnan natin. Maybe even the science, kasi science did not compress eh. It actually expanded. No? Tingnan natin anong ginawa nila dyan. Siguro in the, yun na, yung gusto ko yung mga description eh, on what is that competency that you expect. You expect that of the graduate of that level. No? So at the end of the school year, that person, that learner must know how to.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hanggang 120.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so.
Opo. And then at a certain key stage, for instance, if they finish grade 3, these are the standards that they have met already.
How many
Because they
days in a school year?
For this school year, it's 100.
In a normal school year? In an expected school year? Ilan?
188 to 200.
188. And then we attempt to teach them 120 competencies
Yeah.
in 180 days. So siguro i-take into account din natin yan, Mr. Chairman, kasi hindi lang naman yan pahapyaw eh. Dapat may drills din dapat. Well, but this is very interesting. So I'm glad I attended this hearing, Mr. Chairman, at may nakikita tayong. And congratulations, I think it took guts to cut down 11,700 to 3,600. I mean, medyo, siyempre meron din kayong pagdududa noon, ano, na kung sa tanggalin natin ito, baka ano. But, so let's test it. We have to test it kami. Outsiders must test it para objective po kami.
May I say-
We have to remind everyone that the minority leader is a mathematics major. Aside from being a bar top notcher. No? Kaya pag hihimayin niya talaga yan. But the minority leader made a good point to help us understand no? What was the process in order to reach this new 3,664 competencies, and how the process that you undertook has now become more cohesive. No? Because I understand earlier that the subjects were in silos. No? That's what I understand. Loosely. But now, because nilatag na, it's more cohesive and it will build on each other. So, in a layman, we're not educators, no? But in a layman, in next hearing, just demonstrate us that cohesiveness in terms of subject, no? So that we will truly appreciate the reforms under the Matatag curriculum. We'll call on Dr. Frida first before we go back to Director Joyce.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Because we are talking about the learning competencies, I had the opportunity towards the end of the revisions being done by the Bureau to sit together with the science specialist, because I'm a science major, for 3 weeks. Not really to write, but to give some suggestions together with other Australian consultants. And the way that was done was that it was not simply reducing the number of learning competencies, but it was also focusing on the preciseness of the language of the learning competency. And as has been said, nilatag, kagaya rin ng iba, like science vis-a-vis math, it was also made sure that the exact position in the learning continuum was considered. Also, another consideration that I observed was that the learning competencies had a good balance of knowledge and understanding, that's content, skills, and also values and attitudes, plus examples of applications such that students will function as good citizens of the country and of the world. So that was the lens through which the learning competencies were revised. Now, Senator Pimentel said that science had an increase because in the previous K-12 curriculum, teachers also had difficulty unpacking some learning competencies that were stated in such a way that they have to determine what are the prerequisite skills that are really needed here. So they have to go, so many grade levels way back. So those are some of the considerations done by the science team. I am not privy to the other learning areas. So I hope that helps. Okay, thank you.
The permission of Senator Pimentel, for the next hearing, we'll request DepEd to demonstrate to us the cohesiveness of the subject on mathematics and science. We'll just choose those two subjects so that we'll understand how one grade levels subject and competencies is cohesively related to the next grade level and so on. I think that's what Dr. Frido mentioned earlier, especially on science. Now I appreciate that science is further unpacked. That's why the competencies expanded. But let's test it so that we will truly appreciate the new curriculum. Right? So continue the Director Andaya, you're on the Makabansa. And this Makabansa, I understand, is a new subject. Yeah. So we can continue with that.
Yeah, we'll be happy to do that presentation in the next hearing po, Senator. And then to continue, for Makabansa, which is a new subject, layunin nito na mapaunlad ng mga mag-aaralang pag-unawa sa sarili at kultural na kamalayan, kasanayan upang maging malusog at malikhain at may kakayahang makipag-ugnayan sa kapwa at pamayanan. This connects and reinforces grades 4 to 10. Araling panlipunan as learners examine and understand nationalism in the context of the national narratives, Southeast Asia context, and global dynamics and processes in Araling Panlipunan. Next slide. We, as mentioned several times already, we have decongested the curriculum by 70%, which supports our assertion and focus on the essential skills of literacy and numeracy. Next slide. We also focus as one of the features of the Matatag curriculum, 21st century skills, with specific examples that manifest in various learning areas. So we recognize the importance of reinforcing the 21st century skills of our Filipino learners, aiming to equip them beyond just the traditional learning domains. The focus is on developing competencies that are vital in today's digital and global world. And so these include digital literacy, critical thinking and problem solving, future orientation and thinking, and resilience and adversity management. We want to ensure that our learners are not only knowledgeable, but also adaptable, forward thinking, resilient, and well equipped for the 21st century. Next slide. We have the values education. Actually, this is GMRC and values education. The main author of this law is, of course, Senator Win. We wanted to inculcate the right values across all levels from kindergarten to grade 10. We have done this by introducing GMRC in kinder to grade 6 and values education in grade 7 to 10. The focus here is on nurturing the learners' essential socio-emotional skills such as empathy and resilience, contributing to their emotional well-being and interpersonal relationships, and ultimately building a strong character. And the next slide is another feature which is on peace education. Okay, so it is a strengthened peace education in the curriculum where learners are provided with a set of values, attitudes, and ways of life that stand against violence and prevent conflicts by tackling the root causes to solve problems through principled dialogue and negotiation among individuals, groups, and nations. And then, next slide. These are our plans. Pilot implementation is ongoing. And then we are starting with capacity building by November. And then the first quarter of next school year, culminating in the capacity building of our teachers. It's not just the teachers that we are capacitating, but also school heads. They need to understand the changes that are being made in the curriculum. At the same time, our supervisors will be able to provide the technical assistance to the schools and learning resources. We are also revising the senior high school. In fact, we've made several consultations already with academia, with different sectors and industries, so that these inputs will be included in the review of the curriculum and eventually the revision of the curriculum. And we have engaged several stakeholders in this endeavor. Next slide. So, as already discussed, there's a phased implementation of the Matatag curriculum starting in school year 2024-2025 and ending in 2027-2028 for grade 10. This does not, of course, include the senior high school phased implementation also. Next slide, please. Okay, so overall, we want our learners to be prepared with strong literacy and numeracy foundation, equipped with 21st century skills. They're nationalistic and global, and they are ready to succeed in life. Senator Win, I believe that this is the last slide of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We can move on to, we have invited some pilot schools here to share with us their experiences on the pilot implementation. With us are members of the Malabon City. Ano ba?
Balik lang ako, sir.
Malabon City Elementary School, kapitbahay namin sa Valenzuela. So we're here joined by Dr. Cecile Carandang. So ma'am, you can share with us your thoughts on the new curriculum. What are your suggestions? What are the challenges that you faced so far? I know we're only, what, 2 months? 2 months pa lang, no? Into the...
For weeks po.
Less than a month, no? So it's probably too early, but just initial thoughts lang, no, on the implementation. You're a professional teacher. Your group is a professional, are composed of professional educators. So I'm sure you have a feel already of this new curriculum, and just share with us and some suggestions that we can take into consideration so that we can improve and make this successful.
Honorable Chair, Senator Vin Gatchalian, a blessed afternoon, and to all of us gathered here. First, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the invitation given to us to be present here in our Senate hearing for the Matatag curriculum. We can say that we had been very blessed to be chosen as the pilot implementer. Ito po ay napakalaking challenge, pero tinitingnan namin ito sa napakalaking blessings. Dahil sabi nga po ni Director Andaya na ang anumang lessons na makikita during the pilot implementation ay malaki ang may tutulong sa full implementation nito by next year. Sa Malabon po, we are the lone pilot implementer division. We have 5 schools, and among those schools, during the collaborative expertise we have during Fridays, nakita po namin na mas iba ang approach at mas matatag talaga ang mangyayari sa matatag curriculum. Kung comparison po yung pag-uusapan pagdating sa K-12 or from the other curriculum before, ang maganda po kasi ngayon sa matatag curriculum, we have the collaborative expertise. Natutunan namin yon during the National Learning Camp introduced by DepEd na dati ang mga guro, bibigyan sila ng competency, magpiprepare sila ng lesson plans, and lahat ng mga gagawing activity sheets, sila yung gagawa noon. But this time, for the DepEd, provided po ito ng DepEd Central Office. So meron ng lesson exemplar, merong trainings na ibinigay sa mga teachers, at ang maganda doon, nagkakaroon ng collaborative expertise na bago ituro yung lesson for the next week, and not yung previous week, nagkaroon ng pag-uusap yung mga guro ng halimbawa, lahat ng grade 1 teachers. So yung pag-aaralan pa lang next week, pinag-uusapan na nila. So nagkakaroon na sila ng feedbacking dahil nabigyan na sila ng lesson exemplar, ng mga activity sheets, mas nagiging madali. Sa halip na yung isang teacher, siya na ang bahala sa lahat ng pagtuturo niya. Ngayon, nagiging collaborative, nagtutulong-tulong na sila. So kung ano nangyari nung last week, ano yung naging problema, pinag-uusapan nila yon. Kung may mga lessons or may mga activity sheets na hindi natapos, paano ang gagawin nilang approach? At ang maganda rin po noon, yung lahat ng kung ano ang naging best practice ng isang teacher or ng iba pang teachers, na-highlight yon during the collaborative expertise. At hindi lang po yun yung napakagandang feature ng matatag curriculum. Yung presence ng technical assistance, yung napakalaking suporta ng pinibigay ng division office, ng regional office, and even the central office during the collaborative expertise. Ika nga po, suportado ang teacher sa kanilang pagtuturo. So nagiging matatag yung bata sa pagkuha niya ng lahat ng mga competencies dahil yung teacher muna na suportahan. Kapag ang teacher ay confident enough to teach the subject, nabanggit yan kanina po during the discussion, mas malaking bagay na lahat ng competency maituturo niya talaga sa bata. At yung for the week na dati-rati, may mga hindi talaga natatapos. Ngayon, dahil sa collaborative expertise, they will make sure yung competency for the week ay talagang makukumpleto. So yun po yung isang napakagandang feature noon. At ang maganda rin po dito, yung mga resources provided. Present naman po yung mga dating mga libro at yung mga learning, mga modules, mga video lessons. So nagagamit pa rin po yun ng teacher. At kung sakaling may disruption of classes, malaking bagay yung collaborative expertise. So ano yung araw na mawawala ng pasok because of some typhoons or other mga kagaya ng strikes. So malaking tulong po na may kasuporta ang guro sa pagtuturo, kaya mas confident at mahusay niyang naibibigay yung lahat ng lessons na dapat na matutunan ng bata. That's all po. And we have also with us our district supervisor and at the same time our OIC principal of Muson Elementary School together with the SDO team of Malabon. We have our ASDS and our CID chief and our supervisors also. Thank you po.
Thank you. Just a few questions no, to anyone who can answer. I think I'll go to the basics no, because yung accusation or analysis in the past is congested in curriculum, and then the teachers don't have ample time to teach all the competencies. No, so ngayon dini-congest na siya by 70%. So what's the experience of our teachers? Anong kanilang on the ground? Kasi the teachers, sila yung nagtuturo eh. No? So sila yung mas nakaka-experience nung hirap o ginhawa. So from that point of view, anong experience ngayon ng ating mga teachers in this new curriculum?
Good afternoon po, Your Honor and Senator Pimentel. Base po sa encounter ko with the teachers, because it's a collaborative po naman. At the beginning po, there's a certain adjustment because on the 2 weeks na transitional po yung ating teachers and the same time ng estudyante, we had before a orientation among the parents. Just to know that there are some changes po sa schedule. So after being informed, then we proceed po dun sa transitional. This transitional stage po ay ihanda po namin yung mga estudyante sa sinasabi nating matatag curriculum. Now, we're on the 4th week po. Ang nangyayari po daily as a function as a school head po right now, I involve myself directly po. Kinakausap ko yung kinder. I have 3 teachers in kinder and in grade 1, 2 rather in kinder, then in grade 1 po 3 and grade 4 3. So based on the school, on the 5 schools that Malabon have, akin po yung pinaka-smallest po. So what happens that I was able to meet them daily. So ano po ba ang basic problems that they encountered? Surely the adjustment po, the time, because they have to make a certain adjustment since nag-extend po konti yung ating grade 4. Then because of that, ano naman po, natugunan. But when look into yung sinasabi po nating loading, they more appreciate po ang mga teachers kasi they able to teach well the around 1 to 2 competency per week. And I also asked the feedback coming from the teachers, okay ba sa mga estudyante? Medyo ang ano lang po is because of the sinasabi po nating pilot, so yung mga worksheets po are being tested for the students. So minsan po ang nakikita medyo marami. So sabi ko, bakit marami? Because this is the prescribed, we're going to test these worksheets. So sabi ko, anong ginagawa ninyo? So they told me na they're going to extend it. So okay naman ba to sa mga bata? Sabi naman okay naman po. So they able to render this kind of ano po yung mga activities that the student will end up mastering the subject matter po. Yun po.
Paano ba ito nagka-function? Kunyari sa grade level, merong grade 1 mathematics, let's say 120 competencies. Ano yan? Parang isi-checklist ninyo yan that before the school year ends, dapat naituro na ninyo at dapat na-test ninyo na alam na nila. And then pag sinabi kong nila, it cannot be 100%, but what percentage of nila? Kaya ito yung mga realities on the ground. Di ba?
Meron po tinatawag po ng budget of work, naka-allotted po per quarter. So with the coordination po with the education supervisor po, every week it will be monitored po. So from the activities, lesser exemplar being given by the central office po, and it will go to the regional, it will pass to the division office po. And that's the time po, every Friday, we have the collaborative po. So they talk about the lessons and the activity sheets, then what transpired during the week, they collaborate po. There are some shortcomings, the supervisor and also among the teachers themselves give some exchange ideas po kung ano ba naging problema.
Okay, yan yung mga ginagawa ninyo. Pero on the curriculum side nga, basta gano'n na in a certain grade level for math, 120 competencies, you make sure that in the 180 to 200 days of school year, maituro ninyo yan. Okay.
Yes po.
Okay, but what is it only maituro o dapat pumasok sa pokote ng learners ninyo?
Mastery.
How do we measure that? And then I'm sure it cannot be 100% mastered by the entire class. What percentage will make us happy?
Kasi meron po daily, meron silang formative that we give feedback in daily encounter. Pagturo po si teachers and also will be reflected on their activity sheets. If the teacher will give these activity sheets po, so makikita ng teacher kung meron ng gain knowledge, skills, and attitude. So by then po, merong immediately feedback. This formative assessment naman po, recorded but not graded. So after that series po, ayon sa DepEd order, this coming October 26-27, we'll be holding our first quarter po, periodic test. Yun po.
And how large is the class size?
For me, it's a small school po. It's very ideal po, parang private and the thing. So we
Ilan na? Ilan? Example lang.
For example po,
40?
no po, sir. Mababa.
Less pa,
Because
okay. Sige.
meron pong minimum and maximum. So kinder will be 25, correct me if I'm wrong po,
Sige.
25 to 30.
Mm.
So roughly kasi we have a problem sa enrollment kasi yung our school is quite small rin po and parang isolated siya.
Mm.
So roughly we're around 24.
Okay, so medyo hindi ito representative of what's in the usual class. Kanyari in a city, sige, city na lang, example lang city. 50 students to a class? 45 to 50. O sige, na lang natin. Okay. So you teach your subject. Okay, you assess your students.
Yes po.
What percentage will make the teacher happy that he has successfully taught his or her students? Sa 50 students na yon, anong percentage?
I think, sabi nga po, it's not the pagpapasa, but how the student able to inculcate po yung learning. So it's a matter of...
Sinusukat dapat yan.
Yes.
Dapat may sukat yan.
Yes,
Kaya
po.
tanong ko, paano sinukat? Let's say assessment, graded or not
Yes, po.
graded. Wala na akong pakialam kung graded or not graded, but
Roughly, it's
I am sure it's not
75.
100% na all of your
75.
students master the 120 competencies. Imposible yun. Maybe in your class, but not nationwide. Okay. Anong goal ng DepEd? How much percentage must at least
75.
75% of your class must at least be competent in the 100 plus competencies that you teach in 180 days. Ganon. More or less, ganon.
Yes,
Ganon,
po.
more or less ang usapan. Ganon, okay. And you measure that.
Yes po.
Okay. Quarterly. Yan sabi mo. Para makita mo yung progress.
Yes
Tama?
po. If-
That is DepEd, ano ha? This is DepEd standard, ha? You measure it quarterly. Okay. Then dito na pumasok yung bill ni Senator Win na those lagging behind, gusto niya may intervention,
Yes,
para
but
na
we have-
mahila na.
We have
That's the
remedial
point, di ba?
classes po.
Oh, and it's not, and you know that they're lagging behind, not too late in the year, di ba? Because quarterly. Yan ang point. Okay. So I hope the theory works in practice. Yan ang
Yes.
aking point. I mean,
Yes, sir. Those that are falling through the cracks early on are given, especially during the 5th week of the quarter, we already know, the teachers already know that they need to give intervention, remediation in whatever form so that the student can be helped. And this does not just involve the teacher and student, it involves the family as well, so that the home can also participate in ensuring that the students are helped. It's in our DepEd order. And from
nice theory, pero siyempre alam niyo na yun eh. Good in theory, but siyempre pinasa na nga sa inyo yung bata para turuan eh. Pero is the home participation indispensable to the improvement of the child? Doon kayo dependent at kung magkapalpakan yung child, you have tuturo natin yung home. Kaya dapat within the school nag-i-improve na siya.
Yes, well, studies,
How many hours does a student spend in school?
6 hours at the least.
So those 6 hours must not be wasted hours.
Tama po.
So even if it's not complemented by home study or home tutoring, dapat nasusukat natin na improvement ng bata sa 6 hours sa school.
Yes po, Sir, just of course to emphasize that there's something very positive with homeschool partnership. That's just what I'm trying to say. But even without the support of the home, the school can still be successful given the right interventions and motivation.
Or retain that on the paper, on the theory, retain yun yan. Pero dapat siyempre, you must succeed even if the home is uncooperative. Yan ang point ko. Okay. Pero in theory, tama yan. Encourage the home to be involved. Kasi sabi, alis yan. Pero dapat ganun, ha? I mean, dapat ganun tayo. 6 hours na binigay yung bata sa atin, under our care, yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon po, Senator Pimentel. Napakita po kanina na decongest talaga. Kagaya po ng sa grade 1, from 7 subjects, naging 5 sila. Dati yung 7 subjects, lahat yun kinukuha ng bata sa 6 to 12 niya. Ngayon, kasama na po yung remedial instruction doon sa pagtigil ng bata na dati hindi. Kasi nga full pack ng subjects yung bata. So sa halip na uuwi ang bata or mag-extend si teacher ng remedial instructions ay may next batch na ng tuturuan. So, during the stay ng bata sa school, nagkakaroon na po ng remedial instructions. Meron din pong time talaga sa pagpapabasa. Yun talagang dapat na itututok ng teacher na hindi yung subject area lang yung ituturo niya, kundi focus dun sa needs ng bata. Yun po yung nangyayari sa remedial instructions. Kaya yung focus ngayon ay more talaga po sa literacy, yung foundational skills na kailangan at dapat na palakasin for the matatag curriculum. Thank you po.
STS, I'll go back. I know that this is in the past, no? But I just want to understand. In the slide that we showed earlier, only 12%, for example, in grade 6, only 12% of our teachers managed to complete all the competencies. No, nangyari yan on the ground?
Yes po, nagkaroon po kami ng kangay checklist kung ano yung hindi naituro, ano yung naituro pero hindi talaga na-master ng bata. Meron din namang naituro pero talagang hindi na-master. How much more yung hindi naituro? So the more na hindi naman ma-master ng bata. Marami po kasing dahilan yon. Siyempre, yung lahat ng kaabalahan ng mga bata at siyempre yung mga preparation din ng teachers. Pero ngayon, dahil sa loob ng isang linggo, sa halip na 5 competencies yung dapat na ituturo in just 1 week, so meron siyang 2 na lang or 3. So ang mas nangyayari, mas maraming practice exercises ang ginagawa ng bata para ma-master niya talaga yung competency instead of yung 5 competencies na kailangang matapos. So basta maituro kahit na walang mastery. Ngayon, ang focus po talaga, mastery of the foundational skills muna. So yun po yung napakagandang feature ng matatag curriculum. Pati si teacher, mas yung satisfaction niya na hindi yung paspasan ng turo para lang makover ng lahat ng competency. So ngayon, mas nakikita nila yung paano yung mas magiging approach, paano maipapasok ang critical thinking skills, the 21st century skills, instead of parang naghahabol tayo sa competency na dapat maituro. So mas nagiging creative si teacher ng kanyang mga approaches aside from yung nga pong collaborative expertise. More minds are better than one. So marami nagsishare kung, ito, mahirap itong ituro ngayon sa mga batang ito dahil kailangan may marami munang pag-research si teacher. Hindi yung sa dami ng competency, pagod na si teacher ng paghahanap ng kung anong ituturo, magpiprepare pa siya ng mga activity sheets, samantalang po ngayon, soft copy and hard copy are given by DepEd. At yun po yung malaking tulong for the matatag curriculum. So more na lamang po dun sa mga pilot implementers, focus kami kung how to really teach the lesson and how to ensure yung mastery talaga ng mga competencies na yon. Thank you.
In the past, nangyayari na 1 competency per day.
Not necessarily naman po. Depende po
But
kasi
on
yun
the
sa
average,
on the average
The
po.
average.
Siguro po mga 4
in,
in a week.
4 in a week.
At dun sa competency na yon, may pagkakataon pa na sinasub-competency pa yun ni teacher. Kasi yung may mga prerequisite skills na hindi siya agad pwedeng maituro dahil basic muna. Hindi mag-grasp ng bata yung lesson.
And
Kailangan
then
muna.
tinuturo yun in 1 hour. Kasi per
Yes
subject
po.
is 1 hour.
In 1 hour po.
And
Lalo na,
tinuturo niya to 40 children, to 40 kids.
opo.
Oh.
Then halimbawa po yung mga kindergarten students, hindi yan halimbawa nag-daycare. Automatic kinder na yan. So wala pa silang prior knowledge. So yung competency nakareding ituturo. So napakahirap yon para kay teacher at kay student. Kaya ngayon, talagang hinimay na talagang matutunan kaya ng cognitive domain ng bata yung competency na dapat maituro sa kanya. Yung parang palalakasin muna po ang foundation skills, parang yung pinakita nung sa Singapore, yun muna ang palalakasin kahit kaunti muna dun sa maliit. Kasi paano mag-higher thinking skills ang bata ay yung simpleng pagsasalita ay hindi niya nagagawa. Pagsusulat, pagbabasa ay hindi. Yun po.
Narinig ko ngayon with in this pilot, in a week there are 2 competencies from 4 na reduced to 2. On the average, of course, different subjects will have different.
On the average po.
So in other words, mayroon na siyang extra time to emphasize and to do mastery. Okay.
Parang sa 200 days na ang 180 ay yung non-negotiable sa talagang dapat na ituturo. Kung may 120 competencies po dyan, so 180 versus 120, so mas malaking ano yon. Parang hindi naman ibig sabihin isang competency lang yung isang araw, kundi mas malaki yung ika nga ay period para ma-master yung competency. 120 over 180.
Teacher training, no? Of course, pilot to. And did you undergo teacher training? There are teachers.
Yes po, we had our teachers training in the Blue Lane, 3 days po yon. Participated not only by the teachers, but also by the department heads, supervisors, school heads, and with all the regional team and the central office team. So, hindi po si teacher lang ang involved. Lahat po kami, including us, ay kasama po doon. Ipinaliwanag ano ang matatag curriculum, paano ito ituturo, ano ang approach na dapat gawin sa pagtuturo dito. So talagang pagdating po sa training ay napakaganda ng naibigay nila. And not only that, yung support, yung laging may collaborative meeting din kami with the regional office and with the central office kung ano yung nangyayari. Hindi yung at the end of the month pa kami mag-uusap-usap, kundi sa simula pa lang during the preparatory, marami na pong pagpupulong, marami ng mga meetings and conferences prior pa po dun sa actual orientation and training given to teachers. And may mga susunod pa po doon. Aside from, of course, the division initiatives na may mga training din kami para sa mga teachers namin.
The 3 days, is it enough for training? I want to get the sentiment and the experience of the implementers. So is 3 days enough for implementing the new curriculum based on your experience?
3 days will not be enough, but as per DepEd Central Office, that is just an initial training. There will be more. And not only that, we also have some trainings to be given to all our teachers also, especially the matatag implementers.
Yeah, Director Ariela, go ahead.
I just would like to add to that, sir. That's what complements actually the training is the collaborative expertise that's happening. So that, and that was the very reason why we had to include the instructional supervisors, school heads, education program supervisors to be part of the training so that during the collaborative expertise, while the teachers are preparing, because there are 2, one is a collaborative expertise to prepare and plan for the lesson for the whole week, the following week. And the second collaborative expertise is to review what had happened in the teaching learning for the whole week. So that complements actually the training for our teachers. And then technical assistants are being provided by our instructional supervisors.
Collaborative expertise.
That's the last session that
I was going to say,
yes.
isn't that an old concept? It's been there for
Yeah.
a long, long time.
It's actually an old concept,
Learning
sir.
action cells.
Yes, it's actually an old concept. It so happened that in the past, it did not form part in the class program. So that kung kailan lang may panahon, dun lang sila nagkakaroon noon ng lock sessions. This time, they really have to do it every week to really prepare. And so, bale twofold po ngayon yung ginagawa natin, just like what happened in the National Learning Camp. We are capacitating the teachers. We provide them assistance for them to be able to teach better. And with that, we get to improve the performance of our learners.
Right. So initially, I know you've been implementing this for 1 month and a half, no? Wala pang 2 months, tama ba? So, but initially, it seems like it's a positive experience so far, so far. The next challenge is how to implement this on a nationwide basis. We have almost 50,000 schools nationwide. No? So it's important to document all the good things and the bad things, of course, no, and the challenges, so that we will learn from the pilot testing and solve all of those before implementing it nationwide.
I'd like to add to that, sir, so that where the expertise of our specialists in the central office is also needed, then they can just invite our specialists during their collaborative expertise also.
Okay. We'll jump to, we invited other pilot schools, but we'll jump to our other resource persons, particularly some of the experts that we invited. We'll start off with PNU, Dr. Jeannie Hoxon. Any comments and observation? I know you've been very involved in the in curriculum research and teacher training. So please share us your thoughts on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. The Matatag curriculum, backtrack. The Philippine Normal University supports the direction of the Matatag curriculum for two big reasons, Mr. Chair. First is that the congested curriculum is not helping anybody in the country. So that alone is already a reason for reviewing. And if that's the only reason for our reviewing, done na po tayo doon. The second point is that the context of the Matatag curriculum is now going to the schools. For quite a while, we've been forgetting that the Philippines is a special case in a sense that ang ating mga eskwelahan ay naroroon sa iba't ibang sitwasyon. So pag ibinaba natin ang curriculum na ang view natin lagi ay ang mga eskwelahan ay nag-ooperate on the same context, on the same level, may problema na tayo agad sa implementation. So the Matatag curriculum, tiningnan niya, dahil nag-decongest siya, tiningnan niya ang konsepto ng isang malaking bahagi na para sa amin sa curriculum developer sa teacher education ay mahalaga, and that is flexibility, Mr. Chair. Ang mga nakaraang curriculum ay dahil malawak at mahaba ang kanilang tinatarget na mga competencies, walang flexibility ang guro na umikot at maituro ang sa tingin niya ay nararapat gawin. At nasanay ang mga teachers natin doon. So kahit sabihin natin ngayon, the Matatag curriculum is now flexible, hindi yan maintindihan ng ating mga kaguruan. Kasi for quite a while, they were accustomed to doing a curriculum and delivering a curriculum asked of them to deliver. They were not part of the flexibility context, no, noong mga nakaraang panahon. Ngayon, with the Matatag curriculum, the flexibility is given there. Dahil binigyan natin ng konti na lamang na competency, natatargetin ng isang guro sa loob ng isang linggo, mayroon siyang flexibility na maging mas mabilis, kasi natapos na niya or mas mabagal pa kasi kailangan na niya. Kasi hindi niya tinatarget ang mas maraming competencies in a given month or in a given quarter. So susundan ko lang po na sana tanggalin na rin yung one size fits all na exam kasi hindi rin siya nakakatulong. Si teacher kasi kahit na binigyan mo siya ng flexibility, kaso itetest naman. Itetest naman ng division. So mapipilitan pa rin siya na kailangan niyang abutin ang mga bagay na sa tingin niya hindi naman maabot ng kanyang mga estudyante, no? So medyo may pagkatok din tayo sa level na yon sa mga divisions na baka pwedeng pigilan itong mga ganitong pagtingin sa pagtataya o sa assessment at sana pigilan din ng mga supervisors na natapos mo na ba ito, natapos mo na ba ito. So may takot na gano'n ang guro. Going back sa flexibility, Mr. Chair, yung guro, hindi siya sanay na maging flexible kasi kailangan matapos niya ang lahat. So, I'm happy to hear the SDS and the school head saying na masaya ang mga guro ngayon. I think it's premature to say that kasi kailangan nating sanayin ang guro na pwede pa siyang mag-involve ng kanyang sarili. The second layer ng flexibility na inilatag ng matatag curriculum is the materials. Hindi ko po masagot yung textbook kasi hindi po kami kasama sa usapan doon, pero yung material na ginamit ng Department of Education inumpisahang gamitin sa National Learning Camp. And it is successful at some point, not successful in some point because it's the first time. Nothing is successful, I think, during its first implementation. Ay kinuha din nila ang konsepto at dinala ngayon sa matatag curriculum. Ibig sabihin nung sinabi ni SDS kanina na ang mga guro natin tumatanggap na ngayon ng lesson exemplar or lesson plan or a plan. At kasama noon ang mga activities na pwede niya ipagawa sa mga estudyante ay malaking tulong. There's a downside to that, Mr. Chair. When the teacher is used to using something that is given to them, again, wala siyang kakayahan na maging flexible. But the materials included a level of flexibility such that the teacher is able to say, tapos na ako sa activity na ito, lipat ako. Right? Ngayon po, dahil bago itong framework na ito, sa tingin ng Department of Education at ang kasama po namin ay ang BLD dito ay kailangan mo nang tumanggap ng teacher ng exemplar o ng plan sa loob ng isang buwan at dire-diretso ito. Eventually, sana ang teacher ay payagan natin for this quarter, meron siyang exemplar para sa lahat ng araw na kailangan niya. Halimbawa po isang linggo. Sa loob ng isang linggo may 5 araw na magtuturo ang teacher, may exemplar siya para sa 5 araw. At may flexibilidad siyang mag-manipulate ng mga kailangan niyang gawin doon. Sa susunod na linggo sana 4 na lang. Para may kakayahan ang teacher na isipin naman niya ano ang gagawin niya sa 5 araw. Ang susunod na linggo baka 3 na lang. Hanggang ang ating mga guro ay kaya na niyang gawin ang level ng competency sa pangangailangan ng kanyang mga estudyante. Nakalagay po yun sa level ng plano nila. But currently, I agree with them na kailangan meron muna kasi hindi sanay ang ating mga kaguruan pa. The third layer ng flexibility is the collaborative expertise, which is, as you said, Mr. Chair, nandun naman na yung Learning Action Cell for quite a while, but it has not been ingrained in the system such that our teachers use it for collaboration talaga. May takot pa ang guro ngayon, I think, kung paano mag-collaborate. So hawak nila yung exemplar and they'll talk about, what do you mean by this activity? Anong ibig sabihin nito? Paano ito ituro? Wala akong ganitong klase ng material, no? So importante yung collaborative expertise. At the beginning of the week, they come together. Paano natin gagawin ito for the week? At the end of the week, they come together again. Ano yung mga challenges na sinet natin ng Monday? Ano ang mitigation natin for this week? Ano ang mga ginawa natin together? So that's collaboration, and I think that's critical. Finally, on the layer of flexibility, Mr. Chair, ay yung kakayahan ng guro to accept or to have that instructional supervision very much needed coming from the school head, from the master teacher, at isama na natin yung mga supervisors. The instructional supervision has to be redefined in the view of really the need of the classroom, and the collaborative expertise framework allows for that. May I also say that the 35 schools pilot is necessary, I think, for us in the Philippines, because with so many errors and with so many challenges along the line, we needed to ensure that a concrete factors and system are in place before we go to the field. Although siguro baka hindi ganun katagal ang implementation, sana ay mas mabilis, no? And I don't know, I'm not very privy in terms of the reason behind the too long phased implementation. Finally, the Philippine Normal University po was tapped by the Department of Education to support the work on the materials, not the textbook, but we're really after the teacher. Happy to report that currently we have about 42 institutions across the country assisting PNU in preparing this. We have about 12, if I'm not mistaken, 12 centers of excellence. No. 21 centers of excellence assisting us, including my neighbor here, UP, centers of development 4, local colleges 2, the members of the national national network of normal schools 5 of us, helping us in the writing of the material. The DepEd teachers are also going to support us to ensure that there's a balance between the perspective of the TEIs and the Department of Education. So marami-rami po ang challenges ng matatag curriculum, pero naniniwala kami na papunta ito sa mas maayos. Finally po, Mr. Chair, the curriculum po is the most important document in any program, in any academic program. But the delivery is another case. The intended and the implemented curriculum are two different cases. And unfortunately, dun tayo laging may gap. Maganda man ang curriculum natin, we have concerns in the implementation. And at the heart of that implementation are our teachers. So we always go back there to that context of supporting the teachers. So baka po hindi ko banggitin ko na, ang isa pong magandang feature pa ng Matatag now, it's a school-based implementation. Nasa eskwelahan sila bumababa. So, hindi na 500 of them being asked to come and being trained, no? So medyo may lapat na sa school at palagay ko titingnan yon sa pilot implementation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Jeannie, any questions from my minority leader? I have a question. You mentioned teachers, and I remember one of the rationale to strengthen the Teacher Education Council is that disconnect between pre-service and in-service. And the in-service, the in-service teachers are teaching a curriculum that has never been exposed at the pre-service level. Therefore, the disconnect. Now we're entering into that same scenario. And again, I'm not an expert in education, but it seems to me that this problem is recurring all over again. So I want to ask Dr. Jeannie, who's an expert in teacher education, are we entering into that same problem? And how do we address that?
Yes, and yes. How do we address? We make the TEC work. That's the purpose. And when it starts working, Mr. Senator, gagawin na niya ang itinalaga ng batas sa kanya.
Man, di ba, we are changing the curriculum to a streamlined curriculum. And then naririnig ko yung most essential skills or foundational skills, most essential competencies, which I assume are already also included in the current curriculums. Hindi ko masyado makita why are we so worried sa transition, and dapat this is supposed to be easier work, focusing on the most essential. So, siguro just to explain to the teachers ano yung changes, but on how to teach the most essential, do not tell me the teachers are not yet equipped on how to teach the most essential of the competencies. Medyo malungkot yung if there is an admission na may problema tayo ron. Kaya I don't think may masyadong mabigat na problem dapat ito. Especially, kung nasusundan ko kayo magmula kanina, that we are focusing, di ba? Sa ganyan, scattered, we are now focusing on, and the items you are focusing on are most likely already found in the existing curriculum. Most likely nandun na yung mga yan . So, dinefine lang natin ang mas mabuti. And itong point out natin, Chairman, itong ano yung collaboration, ano yan?
Experience.
Collaborative expertise na being an old concept. Ibig sabihin, now that you feel the benefit of it, actually, I will give credit to your leader, to the Secretary of Education. So, kasi alam na pala yung sekreto na yan, yung method na yan, alam na yan . Except that, siguro noon, paper implementation. Now, talagang tutukan na. And then, the Secretary of Education as well as the supporting team to the Secretary of Education understand the value of collaborative expertise, and you are now executing it properly. So, Yun eh. So, yun yung sa form eh. Sa substance is the curriculum. Agree na nga kami ron eh, sa curriculum. Agree. So, yung form, how to execute it, sabi nga ni Dr. Oxon, is the implementation. But dapat, hindi kayo, wala na dapat shock sa system because if I understand it, the new curriculum is focusing on the most essential learning competencies unless they were absent or they are absent from the present curriculum. And that is the saddest thing that I will ever hear.
Yes, sir. Actually, I would like to affirm what was said by Senator Win a while back, that indeed we still receive teachers fresh from the TEIs that are not really ready to teach. So that what we do first in the Department of Education as we hire them is to first consider a training for them. But I'd like to add also to what you mentioned earlier, sir, about the collaborative expertise. One of the reasons why our teachers can do this already because of the taking out of some ancillary services. So with the hiring of non-teaching personnel, at least there are people doing the job for them already.
Sir, yeah, ano lang po, I just would like to also tawag dito, share and affirm what you found out, Senator Pimentel, that it's really the secretary that made sure that the teachers are removed from all these ancillary tasks because there are times when the teachers do so many things except teach. And that's why now there's a laser focus on instructional core, and that's very important to us. Number two, it's ensuring that the public has a say in the curriculum. That's very important as well in the making of the curriculum. Number three, that our secretary is very focused on that the students really having foundational skills. She's very focused on that as well. She said literacy and numeracy, they have to master that early on. And that's why if you take a look at our key stage one, that's really our focus. So there are many things that are good things that are happening in the Department of Education. And it's all because also of the leadership of our secretary.
The minority leader made a very good statement, and I want to ask anyone from the panel. Our teachers, no, they're trained, and now we have reduced the number of competency to the most essential. Does it need drastic training? But that's a very good statement. I'm not, again, we're coming from a layman point of view, but coming from also that experience when we were crafting the Teacher Education Council, and we found out that there are domains that are not synchronized or aligned with the K-12 curriculum, that created problems for our teachers when they are teaching. So the question is it going to be, is this a drastic change that our teachers need to be drastically trained?
Looking at the curriculum and how it compares with the K-12 curriculum, even the curriculum did not undergo drastic changes except for the decongestion of the curriculum. That was really drastic and it is needed. And so the training would involve also a reorientation of the curriculum because, you have to tell them what are the changes, but at the same time also, it will not hurt if they take a look at the other pedagogical approaches that are that respond to really the needs of the children at this time, because our children or our learners are now digitally and technologically savvy. And so they have to make sure that our teachers understand the repercussions of being technologically savvy as well. And so these are some of the reasons why there is an upskilling and reskilling. Okay, but not really to drastically change or there are pedagogies that are, if Dr. Jenny will agree with me and all the other uh, resource persons here, there are time-tested pedagogical approaches that was this uh, positive and therefore will redound to better learning outcomes. So yun lang po, yung ano ba ang bago ngayon in terms of the social media, because we need to harness social media. How can the teacher leverage that social media so that the students can understand better the lesson? That's just an example po.
Will not discount the fact and the need to activate the Teacher Education Council, no? Considering that we have a new curriculum. And again, part of the responsibilities under the power of this new Teacher Education Council is to align. No? I think that's the right term, align the new curriculum to the policy standards and guidelines being used in the pre-service level. No? So that I think that is a very important statement that we have to make, considering that we're now in the midst of implementing the new curriculum. We'll call on Dr. Javiniar of UP. Any comments, sir? Yeah. Thank you.
Hello. Magandang hapon po, Senator Robin at Senator Pimentel. So the UP Diliman College of Education really commends the Department of Education for that move to decongest the curriculum per se. No? At I have scribbled down some of the things that could be relevant in terms of the implementation, as we have already discussed actually. You know? So yun nga pong una is learning resource production, nabanggit na ito. Teacher training, which is in-service and pre-service. So na-address na rin, napag-usapan na rin. Nabanggit din ni Doc Jenny yung assessment of learning. Specifically, we have that penchant to mimic PISA and TIMSS, no? So we would want to have a nationwide testing instrument. Pero ang ano namin is, sana it could be context-based, school-based for that matter. Although syempre, in terms of logistics in preparation, baka mas mahirap ito sa BEA. So, no? So yun po. Meron lang kaming some issues related to, siguro nga, because UP really subscribes to multi-based, multilingual education, mother tongue-based. So we really would want to insist on making use of MTB-MLE as instructional tool. Even if nawala na siya as a subject, so sana man talaga po ay talagang maituro ng ayon sa naiintindihan ng mga bata na lengguwahe ang mga aralin, lalo na doon sa key stage 1 natin. So yun po. And then pangalawa, although nabanggit na yung intended versus the implemented, okay, kailangan pa rin talaga yung huwag nating mawala yung idea ng context-based learning na nangyari, especially sa K-12, ni-open yun, even sa senior high school. Kung ano yung saan magaling yung isang region or area, ay gamitin yung mga nakikita doon in terms of culture, etc. No? So yun po. In terms of the phrasing lamang nung sa yung So nakalagay kasi doon yung job ready. Alam niyo naman medyo at issue yan sa amin kasi parang we are advocating for a human capital parang theory on education. Why not make it, although syempre naka-etch na yan in on paper. Make it really liberative, no? Nakapagpapalaya talaga na edukasyon. And we are espousing our students to become future-proof, di ba? So, nandun yung creativity, di ba? Yung critical thinking, communication. Sana yun ang mas naging napalutang na idea. Then po, allow me to read two position papers prepared by our science education area and the SPED. So yung sa SPED, parang alam nyo na siguro kung anong kailangan namin. No? This is with regards to the science muna po. We will be submitting this to the Secretariat para po may kopya din yan. So the Matatag Science Curriculum aims to achieve scientific, environmental, and technology and engineering literacy of all learners. Also mentioned that it recalibrated the science curriculum and presenting the big ideas and cross-cutting concepts in science to emphasize the development of durable understanding among learners as well as skills applicable in various contexts. So on this end, we believe that it helps establish the clear expectations, fostering engagement, and supports continuous improvement in education. So maganda po yung idea. As compared to the other learning areas, as we have heard earlier, so nadagdagan ng competencies from 284 to having 330. So again, that's a good example, good plus points with regards to science. However, may mga however po kami. The higher number of learning competencies does not imply that more topics are included in the curriculum. Some topics have been removed from the new curriculum, yet the increase in the learning competencies reflects the features of the Matatag curriculum, which are focus on foundational skills, balanced cognitive demands, clearer articulation of 21st century skills, reduced learning areas. That would ensure the prerequisite knowledge and skills discussed by having designated learning competencies would be enough scaffolding and transition during the learning process. Moreover, it is noticeable that the phrasing of the learning competencies in the Matatag curriculum provides specific details of the topic and sometimes incorporates the activities to be performed by the students. Siguro, this is related to the flexibility that we would want them to really, our teachers to allow themselves to practice. So sana po hindi naman masyadong dekahon yung mga learning exemplars natin. So nonetheless, investigating the Matatag Science Curriculum should go beyond comparing the numbers and phrasing of the learning competencies from the previous curriculum, which is the Honorable Chair would want us to have the next hearing. No? So a deeper analysis could entail determining the nature of learning competencies anchored on the curricular goals and with aspiration to have the essential and enduring learning competencies. It is also noteworthy to mention that science process skills are directly stated in the learning competencies, especially in the elementary grade levels, which are crucial formative levels. In the previous curriculum, there were verbs in the learning competencies like investigate, infer, which could be related to science process skills. However, there might be instances that the development could just be implied in the lesson, activities, and discussion, or sadly could be an afterthought. Hence, this accentuates the importance of labeling science process skills as learning competencies. This can facilitate the deliberate and purposive development of the skills, consciously developing them in the lessons and activities. Examining the sequence of topics in the Matatag Science Curriculum holds equal significance, as it can influence how students learn the lessons. The topics are logically sequenced, developmentally appropriate, and aligned with science of learning principles. So plus points po yan. Remarkably, the Matatag Science topic sequence exhibits the cognitive principle of connect, limit, enhance. The topic sequence seems to have a storyline within and across grade levels. The topics are connected, ensuring the prerequisite concepts discussed and contain deliberate sessions on connecting the topics to real-life scenarios. So I'm mentioning here the plus points po nung curriculum mismo, the intended curriculum. Okay. Specifically, new information that is learned meaningfully and relevantly facilitates a more durable understanding of the lesson. For this reason, the strategy integrated in the Matatag Science curriculum incorporated ways to manage the cognitive load by spreading learning sessions and building on initial understanding through applying knowledge to new contexts for retention and deeper understanding. The implementation, ito na nga po yun. So the intended is okay for us in terms of the science education area. So now the implementation, some caveats po, no? The implementation of the Matatag Science curriculum is another story to be unraveled. There should be multifaceted teacher training sessions, nabanggit na natin kanina, no? That would capacitate teachers for pedagogical content knowledge. This could be facilitated by a study on how the teachers understand and implement in their classroom the teaching and learning approaches specified in the science curriculum framework. Actually, the shaping document has all those grand pedagogical kagagaling po siguro ng mga bata talaga pagka naituro ng maayos. Sana. Ito po yung namin with regards to the implementation. The intended curriculum is so good. Sana po ay yung sa implementation mas maging maayos. So this one naman, Honorable Chair, is regarding the po naman sa SPED. Parang ayaw niya magpakita. So the University of the Philippines College of Education actually advocates for inclusive education, and we would want to express this voice in this forum. So we, the Special Education Cluster of the UP Diliman College of Education, submit our position regarding the Matatag curriculum to establish the 4 critical components of its agenda. First, from its review, the SPED cluster finds that the Matatag curriculum augments the K-12 curriculum and supports senior high school, providing better career pathing and developing learner competencies for chosen paths. The K-12 curriculum should provide knowledge and develop competencies and skills appropriate for the demands of the 21st century. Recognizing that the learners in the educational system are diverse, so ito na po yung focus ng SPED, we emphasize that this goal should be for all learners and should not exclude minority groups so that all Filipino learners can equitably access gainful employment and live a life of dignity. Thus, the proponent must ensure that the component also considers and addresses the learner diversity and needs. So we're talking about learner with disabilities, at the same time the indigenous peoples. Next po. The education sector has suffered and continues to progress at a snail's pace towards the effective inclusion of students, all learners, particularly those from the minority groups, students from indigenous peoples groups, socioeconomically marginalized learners, because its budget has been slashed countless times in favor of some other agendas. Decades after the Philippines signed the UNESCO Salamanca Statement on Special Needs in 1994, the lack of disability-friendly school buildings is sadly evident. Existing school buildings are still inaccessible to LWDs, classrooms are congested, and many school teachers and children still have difficulty accessing technology that would bring them to 21st century teaching and learning. So we subscribe to the idea that budget prioritization will address these concerns. Next po. To be truly inclusive, the Department of Education needs to prioritize system changes for schools, and specifically yun nga, sa K-12. The critical component calls for comprehensive programs and support services which are actually advocated in the index of inclusion, specifically the creation of inclusive cultures, producing inclusive policies, and evolving inclusive practices to achieve inclusive reform in the education system. Last po, so give support to teachers to teach better. This component of the Matatag is timely because with the recent enactment of the Inclusive Education Act of 2022, RA 11650, teachers need the most support in terms of resources. For example, well-built and designed classrooms, instructional kits, training to serve the learners better, especially those with learning needs, special learning needs. We cannot overemphasize the importance of in-service teacher training in the content areas of the K-12 or K-10 and the special needs and inclusive education. The SPED cluster of UP, College of Education, is involved in such training with DepEd, receiving teachers, school principals in the rollout of the inclusive education. However, there is a need for a more intensive training necessary for disability and needs detection, identification, creation and implementation of individualized educational plans, application of principles and strategies for universal learning, and differentiation of curriculum and instruction, to name a few. Of significance also is the need for teacher education institutions to craft and offer courses towards raising knowledge, competence and skills in special needs, and inclusive education for their graduates to teach and collaborate in delivering the K-12 Matatag curriculum and more than adequately meeting its expectations and demands. If indeed Matatag would subscribe to Bansang Makabata, kailangan para sa lahat. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Dr. Javiniar. I have some questions, but I'll reserve it later on. We'll do the rounds first so that everyone can give us their thoughts on the topic. We'll call on Dr. Dasas of UST College of Education. Any comments, sir?
Good afternoon po, magandang hapon. I think much has been said and I'm in a difficult position because some of the things that I'll be saying are already mentioned. But I'll underscore something very important. Siguro magandang tignan po natin yung curriculum from two lenses, intended and implemented. And I think as we examine the Matatag curriculum, i-examine natin parehas. While I may not completely agree with Doc Joel that the intended curriculum is fully furnished, it has good features. One, the integration of 21st century skills, very much needed yon. Very good po yon. Values integration, we need that more than ever. And the big ideas. I think it was not mentioned, but the big ideas inclusion is a very good feature. But then again, there's still much to be desired into how these are articulated into specific competencies, because most competencies remain to be discipline specific with some targeting 21st century skills, some values, but mostly are cognitive in nature. So I guess we have to look into the articulation of these big things, 21st century skills, values integration, and big ideas into the intended curriculum. I agree earlier with the comment that there's a lot of pedagogy involved. So we can also have to, by selecting pedagogy, we don't just offer a menu of pedagogy. We have to be able to take ownership of what the pedagogy is. And we have to also look at the alignment of these pedagogies vis-a-vis the learning behavior. Because some may be behaviorist, some may be more constructive. They may be contradicting. So in terms of the intended curriculum, I actually applaud the PED of removing already the weekly the weekly division of competencies, which I think, to my knowledge and through the small investigations we have conducted, has been quite limiting teachers in their exercise of agency. The budget of work, sometimes called definitive budget of work, is so definitive that you have to really finish one competency in a given time, which now prevents the teacher to decide whether the competency can be collapsed, can be merged,
could be resequenced in that matter. So perhaps if Doc Jenny was pushing for knocking on assessment, how could we knock into because the current Matatag curriculum doesn't define which one goes week per week. I think at the implementation level, we have to also couple that with digressing from the definitive budget of work, because it gives teachers more exercise of what Doc Jenny has been mentioning, agency into how to decide to collapse, merge, because that's very important. And part of teacher confidence is, of course, being able to have that participation in decision making. So in terms of implementation, I'll keep this short. I know we're all tired. Okay, in terms of implementation, perhaps we have to look at the pilot study. I have to surface that. We have to be more transparent into the in terms of the design of the pilot study. Who is conducting the monitoring? Well, DepEd Memorandum 34 mentions that. How is monitoring done, both from an internal and external lens? While we do trust our colleagues from DepEd, and we know you're doing a lot of work, there's also value into an external lens looking into the pilot study and how it informs the revision. I think that's very crucial, because we're not doing pilot study simply for pilot study's sake. We have to be able to look at pilot study from the lens of informing the revision. And Mr. Chair, earlier you were mentioning, can we not just do this? In curriculum, there's such thing as a curriculum cycle. And part of implementing something new may not necessitate just doing it because it's quite similar to the last one. I agree with Director Andayo. Part of the cycle would be teacher training, developing the materials, and training the teachers how to use these materials. But I'd like to put forward again another thing in terms of the implementation. We have to target really preparedness and what knowledge, skills, and values do teachers need to have in order to implement the curriculum. Are they the old set? Are they the new set? We were mentioning earlier TEIs producing not so ready graduates. Then we have to also factor in those seasoned teachers. How do we now develop a training program that's more responsive to experience, those who undergone K-12 and those who are newly inducted for the first time? So I think part of the training is not just being able to cascade. I think DepEd, with all due respect, has subscribed to the cascade model because of the scalability of the training, budget constraints as well. But we have to look at the cascade model from the lens of, is it really working? Asian Development Bank would say it lacks effectiveness and impact. I think we have to look into a training program, not just on familiarity, on how to teach, what the curriculum is and its features. How do we now tap on what Doc Jenny was mentioning earlier as decision making? What happens if my learners are this? How do I decide? Capacity building must zero in on teacher decision making. And in relation to the pilot study, we have to capture that. I think the good principal was able to mention they were deciding because the learners were not prepared. I think these are data that we need to capture. What decisions were partaken, why, and I think if we're able to have an external lens analyze those, they're doing a lot in the pilot already. I think the analysis cannot be performed by these people already. So I suggest and I highly recommend that DepEd open itself to involvement of external interested parties to the pilot study, make the data available, provide mechanisms for interested parties to examine pilot studies in the limited capacities that we have. Centers of excellence like the University of Santo Tomas are just waiting to be tapped. And we're very much willing. At no or minimal cost, we can shoulder part of it because that's part of our mission and our call as teacher education institutions. We're not just center for excellence just for bragging sake. We have to make impact, and this is a clear impact that I think no COE would ever run away from. Second would be in terms of the ongoing evaluation. I think matagal pa po na matatapos yung isang cohort ng curriculum, and in curriculum evaluation, you have to have several cohorts to be able to see effectiveness. Now, ongoing formative evaluation is very, very crucial because when we talk about the nuances, adjustments can still be made. Up to what extent? So again, we call on DepEd and the other agencies to open themselves to possible involvement of external agencies. After all, we're all hands on deck po tayo. Because
what DepEd will produce will feed us in the higher education institutions. Whatever failure would this matatag curriculum have will have a direct impact on higher education institutions like us, and more importantly, teacher education institutions. And lastly, I think I'd like to piggyback to what Doc Jenny mentioned on actor-oriented curriculum implementation. Let's democratize the process. When we talk about actor-oriented curriculum implementation, we have to look at how we develop teacher agency. And there are two. I am looking at two C's in developing teacher agency. Number one, capacity to decide. Capacity in terms of professional development. We're very happy that there are more administrative staff hired because there really need to be more time for instruction. In preparation for instruction, any teacher would say that 80% or if not 70-80% of the teaching happens before the classroom teaching is done. So how do we capacitate teachers to decide? How do we now build on capacity building measures that are really making an impact? And how do we review them? Because it's not enough that we do capacity building and we're not reviewing its impact. And second would be conditions. And this is where implementation in terms of our mid and top level administrators would come in. How do they build a condition that's conducive to commit mistakes? How do we build a condition wherein teachers can freely say that this is not working? How do we build a condition wherein we do not go, well, policies are very important, but policies can be reflexive. Policies must be able to have that embrace of what teachers can do and cannot do. Because at the end of the day, a very conducive condition would make teachers stay. You know for a fact that there's a problem of migration, and DepEd knows that. Good teachers are leaving for the States. We must keep them. And having optimal conditions to teach, to decide, to participate, I think we will attract more teachers to stay in the country. So lastly, I think thank you for inviting us this afternoon. DepEd is doing its best. And we would like to also congratulate them for being able to, in the limited time that they have, do the revision, put inputs. I cannot just imagine who did the analysis of the public consultation because masakit po sa ulo yun, no? Nagpadala po kami, nagpadala rin ng ibang PNU, I know, and UP did. Ang dami po nun. And that's just several of the people here, but there's more people who commented, and that could have been a very difficult job. So I think one thing that we realize is any move to curriculum reform is really a communal effort. So at the University of Santo Tomas, we are very much willing to help out whenever we can, utilizing our limited resources. But I think, sabi nga po ni Doc Joel, para sa bata, para sa bayan. Salamat po.
Thank you. Is DepEd open to external observers, external organizations who would want to study the pilot implementation? Is DepEd open to that concept?
Sir, that's very well provided in DepEd Order number 54 series of 2023. So just to inform, we'll be working with the Philippine Institute of Development Studies, with the ACRC, and then the Philippine Normal University Research Center, with that of CIMER. And the last sentence in this particular paragraph says that other research groups may signify their intent to conduct the study. So we're open po. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I can see that here in the DepEd order. So in other words, other organizations such as UP, UST can join in and do the analysis. Analysis is infinite. I
Yes.
really believe
Mr.
that.
Chair, if I can just ask a
Yeah,
question.
go
I
ahead.
did read the memorandum, but it says they're open, but we're asking for the mechanism. Because the DepEd memorandum may be silent on the mechanism. Because we have to look also on how can we, what are the things that we need to submit, issues on data privacy, and issues on utility of the data and analysis also matters to us when we get involved.
After this, you guys can network and link together. And like I said, analysis is infinite. The more people analyzing, the more people looking at the data, the richer the recommendations can be. So I truly believe that we should open up analysis to other organizations who would want to conduct one. So we'll call on Simeo Inatec, Dr. San Antonio, Dr. Dad San Antonio, and I know you, Dr. Dad San Antonio has prior experience and knowledge to on this matter. So
Good afternoon. Normally po, Senator Win, I refuse to talk about DepEd policies now, considering that I used to be part of the DepEd executive committee. But as a passionate educator, I cannot help but say I'm very proud of the team. They were able to deliver. Many of those were discussed when we were trying to put together the curriculum without a name yet. All we had was a year before the curriculum, but I'm also glad that the name was identified afterwards. I'm glad that indeed the curriculum has been decongested. I've long silently actually violated certain DepEd curriculum standards. When I was regional director, I implemented my own priorities of competencies. While I did not completely abandon the 15,000 competencies, in our region, we had 400, which we said a senior high school graduate should be able to demonstrate. Although the implementation was short-lived because I was moved to the central office. And I think that was also the inspiration for the push to easily develop the MERCs at a very short notice. So obviously, the reviews from the experts indicate that there's a significant, very significant decongestion. On the phased implementation, I would like to help the group in explaining that we cannot do this in one go. Even if, of course, it's very ideal to do this a general implementation of all the grade levels, but logistically, it's going to be very difficult. So I'm also very glad that they implemented what we agreed that after launching, there should be a year lead time to prepare the teachers, to prepare the learning resources, so that the transition will not be as difficult. We have to learn from the experience of the past, where we had to do things and then prayed hard that the teachers were very resourceful in looking for the resources they needed to deliver the intended curriculum that sounded very promising even before we did the K-12 program. Of course, I'm also optimistic that the implementation will end up very successful, considering that the policies now being implemented are also aligned to what I feel should be happening in the schools. VP Sara is very serious about protecting the learning time, so she has decided to really say that class days should be class days. And I think that's something that will help make that intended curriculum translated into a more effective implemented curriculum later on. There's also this mechanism of, LAC sessions, the learning action cells in the schools. I think that will still be reinforced because we are concerned about making sure that the teachers are updated. This is a very, I would say, a very flexible way of making sure that the teachers themselves are able to identify common concerns in implementing the curriculum at the levels, perhaps of the departments in high schools or grade levels in elementary schools. I am also, of course, aware that there's a career progression mechanism that's going to be supported finally. We're really, I think, in agreement that the significant factor that will make this successful are the teachers. If we provide the teachers the opportunities to learn and get rewarded for their efforts, we will be able to see better results. Of course, just like what was mentioned earlier, the transparency in developing the curriculum was something that I also appreciated. I really felt that the more people who are able to provide feedback on the draft, the better the curriculum document would be. And yes, flexibility should be there. My final, I would say, reminder is perhaps the implementation has also to be coupled with a more empowered school governing councils. The SBM, if we do this right, will be very effective in creating a community of school stakeholders right at the school level who will not just talk about how to beautify the school, how to create more resources, but who would be discussing things related to making learning happen. And at the Innotech level, of course, there's an ongoing research we're doing on SBM that is future focused and learning focused as well. And this would hopefully be able to complement what DepEd is doing. Another project we're doing now at Innotech is TIGRE, Technology-Enabled Early Grades Reading Intervention, that will be complementing the National Reading Program that will be unveiled very soon. But we've been able to collaborate with the team of Director Joyce. I think the friendships we have developed while we were working together made this coordination efforts easier. Those are the things that I can share today, Senator Win and the rest of the group. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dats. Dr. Dats, wearing your CMEO hat and looking at the competencies and also the emphasis, especially on 21st century skills. I think one of the key features of this new curriculum is the emphasis on 21st century skills. In fact, I've seen the curriculum of Australia when we went there. It was really heavy on digitalization, heavy on technology and all that, no? And you can see how Australia is really molding their learners as early as kindergarten in the world of technology. Having said that, based on your analysis, do we have is this curriculum future proof? Meaning, are we teaching our learners with this new curriculum the skills that will future proof themselves and enable them to appreciate the use of technology and digitalization in their lives?
I think it is going to help the learners be ready for citizenship for the future. The refinement of the 21st century framework of the Department of Education happened while we were still working together in the Department of Education. Although I think there were additional things that were incorporated, but essentially we really agreed that we had to update and revise the framework we had for 21st century skills. I think there's one entry there saying it should enable the children to be future oriented or yeah. So other than that, of course, we know that to thrive in the so-called future, one has to possess critical thinking skills, very good, capacity to work with teams. These are skills that are expected of citizens who will most likely succeed in the 21st century. Unfortunately, these are skills that would be very difficult to assess using the traditional paper and pencil assessment. So I think that's the other thing that should be looked into by our partners at the Department of Education, although there's also this ongoing effort we are doing with on the refinement of the learner assessment framework through the USAID and the ILO PH, Improving Learning Outcomes Philippines, where CMU Innotech is a consortium partner of the RTI.
Thank you, Dr. San Antonio. Call on our very own EDCOM Executive Director, Dr. Carol Marquis, and he already started off with some logistical issues on textbooks, and we want to hear your thoughts on the new curriculum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, well, congratulations first to our DepEd colleagues. I know that they've been working very hard and we've been closely talking to them the past months ever since we started in January. And we do know that this is really a feat to be able to to do this, to implement this, to even do a pilot, and to successfully do the full implementation of K1, 4, and 7 next year. And so really our intention is to support in any way possible to make sure that the preparedness is there, because at the end of the day, the goal is the same, which is to make sure that our learners have the quality of education that they deserve. I would also like to reiterate VP Jenny's point earlier on implementation, because I think the curriculum is good and decongested, but on the ground, what we would like to share with everyone is really the feedback we've been getting from teachers in terms of the implementation challenges that have really constrained the quality of how we've done things for the K-12 curriculum and onwards. The first is alignment, and I think, Mr. Chair, you brought up earlier the issue of alignment between the revised K-10 curriculum as well as the technical panel of CHED in terms of the PSG. That's one thing. The other side is also PRC and what they test, and whether there are tests depending on the specializations that they actually took in the PSGs of higher education institutions. But it would not even stop there. And I think a lot of our conversations with teachers on the ground, because we would have breakout groups, and in each breakout group, yung issue na lumalabas is teacher specialization, that what they are teaching is not aligned to what they were trained for in teacher education institutions anyway. So even if we have alignment in terms of the curriculum of the revised K-10 and TEI PSGs, if they are not hired to teach that anyway in the end, then it would be a huge problem that we will continuously need to correct through teacher training. And then I'll go to teacher training, which is in service that we discussed earlier. What should we really train for? Kung nagbawas tayo ng competencies, kaya na ba ng teacher yon? That assumes that they have the content knowledge for those competencies because that was their training. But what if that's not the case? We need to have a more tailor-fit approach in teacher training that takes into account which teachers need more content knowledge and which ones need pedagogical content knowledge and pedagogical training. And that seems to be something that we will need to do better in. I also would like to point out that for example, if you check the pedagogical approaches for the different learning areas that was released by DepEd, they released for each learning area several pedagogical approaches. I guess our question is, for example, in science, there are 9 pedagogical approaches written. So if we're saying that we're going to train teachers for pedagogy, which pedagogy? And how are we going to do that in the next year to prepare them for the implementation of K147? And that's just one subject alone. How about the others? Kasi napakaraming nakalista po dito. So how do we make sure it's good to have options and that the teacher who is empowered will have a toolkit to select which would fit what type of training and what type of lesson and what type of learner that is in front of him or her. But how do you build this toolkit in the teacher? And that's our question, if we are going to achieve this for next year, for 2024 implementation. The second point is flexibility. And we are happy to hear that DepEd has veered away from the per week determination of competencies, because on the ground, what have been told us is that really tali yung teacher. Even if alam daw nila na yung bata hindi natutunan or wala siyang mastery sa isang subject, kailangan nilang lumipat na sa susunod na lesson by next week because of the daily lesson log, the budget of work, the detailed lesson plan. So it is perfect, and in the written response of DepEd to the suggestions of EDCOM in terms of the revised K-10 curriculum, they state in their letter that DepEd trusts and empowers our teachers with the autonomy to determine the appropriate duration for a teacher to teach a particular skill or competency based on their unique classroom dynamics. This is perfect and ideal. We hope that this is seen through in the different tools used by DepEd at different offices, different bureaus, different levels, at the division level, at the school level, to make sure that in practice, this is really the case, that flexibility is something that teachers really have in implementation. Because in the past practice, in our recent consultation with teachers, it's not the case though po. So sana, I think we all have the same aspiration, and it's really just underlining it. Na it's a really concern. And it is there. How do we work around it, or how do we resolve it? Because it is an issue, and maybe it's cultural practice that we will also need to overcome. Baka hindi na kailangan, pero yun yung nakasanayan. So yung mga supervisor, yun yung hahanapin. Kahit na sa totoo, iba na yung policy. So how can we work together to make sure that these practices change in the long run? Because as VP Jenny said, kahit nagpalit ka ng policy and they have so much freedom now, what if they don't know yet how to do it, what to do with that freedom, and how to check for that? for the quality of implementation. So yung supervisors, yung mga principals, kailangan nasa parehong pahina in terms of the principles of this flexibility and what it's supposed to do. The third that I wanted to bring up is the learning gap. The curriculum is decongested, but it still assumes that the learner that goes through each level or each grade that we have has the foundational skills for that grade. What if the child or the learner is not numerate and literate? And we do know that that's not unlikely. That there are those who reach grade 6 without the competencies for that grade level or the foundational skills that should have been taught years and years back. How do we systematically address that? That is our question, and how those learnings from the learning camp should be now embedded to how we do things, because that's the reality. We need to meet the learners where they are, and where the learners are would not even be in our revised K to 10 curriculum yet as ideal, because we need to really bridge them to get to this point. I guess our question is, how aggressive is our effort in making sure that we get our learners there? Which connects to our question in terms of the learning camp results. We've written to DepEd twice already requesting for information on the learning camp. What is the results of the learning pre-test and post-test that is done already many weeks ago? Ano na pong nangyari? Sino ba yung nagpunta sa learning camp? Nag-improve ba sila? Yung mga hindi nakapunta ng learning camp na dapat nasa intervention camp, what are we doing for them now? Kasi kung wala tayong ginagawa, kahit maayos yung curriculum, how are they absorbing the curriculum if they are not numerate or literate? And how are we now doing those National Learning Recovery Program components that were discussed in our last August 24 hearing on this? In our last August 24 hearing, we discussed several things. The National Reading Program, the National Math Program. And we were told then that the National Reading Program would be in place by October and implemented. I guess our question is, could we see, is it now happening? Have we done the assessment to know which learners need to be in that National Reading Program, which in our August hearing, they mentioned that it was supposed to happen the week prior to August 24. So nasaan na tayo in terms of our programming and their implementation of these learning recovery programs, because these now, I think, must be integral to how we proceed, because unfortunately, this is our norm. This is what we need to accept and what we need to resolve so that we could really go and fulfill and successfully implement the revised K to 10 curriculum. How have we systematized and institutionalized these practices to make sure that we are able to meet the learners where they are today? The last question I was going to ask was the pilot. In the August 24 consultation of EDCOM, they mentioned that PIDS and ACT-RC were going to be engaged as members or as external partners in the pilot. I guess our question is, do they have a TOR? Have they been engaged already? Because this is August 24 and it's already October 18. Almost several months na ang nakalipas. Nag-start na po tayo ng pilot, nandito ang PIDS, and nandyan kanina yung ACT-RC. Nasa na yung status of engaging them? Do they know their responsibilities? And because from then on, we want to ask, what is the design of the pilot? What are the milestones? What are we expecting to learn in the course of the pilot? And at what point do we say that we are ready or not ready? I guess two more items. One is that, in other countries, before they implement a revised curriculum, sir, they have 3 years at least to make sure that they are ready. To be honest, heroic yung effort natin to try to succeed and do all of it in 1 year. And this runway is actually very short. So I think it is commendable, it is heroic, but sana at the end of the day, in our efforts and in our hard work, sana it translates to what our learners actually receive. One more question to DepEd that we've been asking, and we've been texting Yusek Gina also about this, was the curriculum guides. We see in the website that the K147 is available, but we actually could not check vertically because the other grade levels are not yet there in terms of the release. We haven't seen grade 2, grade 3, grade 5, grade 6. And so while we know that the phased implementation curriculum guides are there, we actually could not verify whether the comments of EDCOM as submitted was actually reflected as was mentioned in the letter, because to be honest, it is not yet physically checkable. So maybe may we request DepEd to respond to when we can expect to really review the final Matatag curriculum as launched. Thank you.
We were actually also trying to get a hold of the final curriculum. It's not published yet, no? Not yet.
Not in its entirety, Senator.
Is there a timetable to print it out? Because I actually took a look at, personally, I took a look at the first iteration of the curriculum, no, and gave me a good feel of what the curriculum looks like. Is there any move to upload it and ask the public to again take a look at it? It's a good idea to get the public involved,
Yeah.
especially in the case of EdCom, because this is a very important issue that we want to look at.
Sir, we'll revert to you on that. We'll just confer with USEC regarding this concern.
Yeah, I suggest that since you started the transparency and participative concept, I would suggest let's continue it until the end, no? And we'll really appreciate that. On the topic of documentation and research, one of the things that we found out in the mother tongue pilot study, there was no documentation and research. A lot of it are just anecdotal, a lot of it is just experiences from different implementors. I hope this will not be the same, no? It's important to document the experience, to document to document the feedbacks, gather data for now and for future reference. I can feel that this will be a very important activity of DepEd for the next 4 years. But at the same time, we can also learn from the implementation of this activity. So I would really suggest to work on the documentation side. And in the DO, it's specified here that PIDS and other organizations will be commissioned to help with the research and, of course, documentation. And that brings me to PIDS. Dr. Abrigo is here. Have you any comments, and then have you started the engagement with DepEd so far as the pilot schools are concerned?
Thank you so much, Senator, for inviting us and allowing us to contribute to the discussion. I don't have a comment, but I do have a story. DepEd approached PIDS to actually help them design an evaluation of the pilot implementation of the Matatag curriculum. There is no formal, as far as I know, formal engagement between DepEd and PIDS, but we are very excited and very committed to this endeavor as this is aligned with our mandate to conduct research to inform national policy and development planning, as well as our commitment under the Educational Commission too. Yung story ko ngayon is maybe to provide what has been done about the study. So the original help that we're asking from us is design una saan i-roll out muna ano yung pilot schools, and they gave us parameters na dapat merong IP school, dapat urban, rural, different regions, you have different sizes, you have the different grade levels, and that's why we come up with the 35 schools. Actually, yung 35 schools has a pair na 35 control group, na 35 schools na control in the same region, so that una, we can document paano ba yung differences sa implementation, and before that, syempre, yung differences with the actual curriculum, yung design, and then how it's implemented. But also to somehow assess if they so wish, pag-uusapan po namin kung ano yung kabuuan, ano yung impact niya at least dun sa immediate outcomes. For example, kanina may discussion about paano ba nagbago yung pagtuturo ng teachers. Do they have more time now to explore other pedagogies, mga different na mga ways to teach, That's one. They have better satisfaction, not just with their teaching, but with their life in general. And at the same time, this allows us to estimate ano ba yung potential impact nito on outcomes. So yun po yung gist ng aming ginagawa. There are yung original is that we have a baseline, we have a midline and an end line. Pero with our discussions previously with them, parang daw there's available information from the national achievement tests that they are conducting. So we don't need to do the baseline because they will be doing it. But we are also developing now yung end line. Nakafocus kami sa end line, and this aligns with our commitment sa EDCOM about assessment. So yung mga learnings namin from what we're doing for EDCOM, pinapasok din namin dito. This also allows us to with their, of course, with their indulgence, to test some of the ideas that we have. For example, right now kasi yung NAT natin ay hindi siya tied sa anything na may kinalaman yung bata. Mag-exam siya, galingan niya o hindi. Yun yung score niya. So we feel na maybe it's effort on the part of the children, part din sa learning nila. So how do we make it low stakes to somewhat high stakes? So paano natin iti-test yun? And maybe we can roll out something na matitest natin dito kung is it possible to have it some maybe part of a grade ng bata so that yung effort din nila, yung mga ganong mga interventions. We're layering studies in this partnership with them.
So I suggest, since it's already specified in the DO that they'll be working together, you guys will be working together, suggest that we can already start the ball rolling, considering that the pilot has already begun, and it's been what, a month and a half already in the implementation. So again, documentation, analysis, data gathering, it's very important for now and future reference. And we seem to be quite, we don't give that so much importance. And we need that in order to, as an important resource in case that we do implement new projects and new activities later on. So we'll call on UNICEF. Mr. Tenazas.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and everybody in the hearing. I'm actually with our partners from UPFLCD, so I think we will be showing a couple of slides. But while preparing, sir, I just have a few notes from our meeting. Number one, UNICEF is working with DepEd on the development of the kindergarten learning lesson exemplars. We're deeply involved in the kindergarten side because we believe that even before the kids get into kindergarten, they are already facing multidimensional challenges even before they get to school. Kindergarten might be we have evidence for this. Kindergarten helps reduce the disadvantage that they get when they enter formal school. So we're trying to make sure that the lesson exemplars in kindergarten are very appropriate and suitable, beneficial for our students. And then number two, sir, different experts would have different comments on the curriculum, but I guess good delivery strategies also matter. So at the global level, UNICEF is advocating for TARL, teaching at the right level. So this means we're not grouping them based on date of birth, but we're grouping them in terms of abilities and skills and challenges and things like that. So many recovery programs are designed this way so that there's better dynamics inside the classroom and better learning generally, sir. So globally, there's evidence for teaching at the right level. So we're trying to introduce that also in our work with DepEd, not just in the lesson exemplars for kindergarten. For example, we're doing it in Region 8 as well, patterned after what Region 5 has done last year with ABC Plus project. We have data or information on this one. And then all of this just to facilitate, sir, the proper transition from early childhood education or the absence of early childhood education into kinder, so that there's no culture shock, or that the foundations are really there. And then lastly, before I turn over to our colleagues from UP, UNICEF continues to work with DepEd on the other areas of the BEDP, the Basic Education Development Plan, the Matatag Agenda, and even, sir, the Transforming Education Summit National Country Statement that was submitted to the United Nations General Assembly last year. But my final point would be, in next year, sir, there would be another round of CPLM. And if that would be the first implementation of the full Matatag curriculum, the next round of CPLM will now be 2029. So the people who come in next year will be the same people who will probably be tested in 2029. And that represents a good way to measure the curriculum, the effect of the curriculum, so on a national scale. So we're also working with DepEd to include the measurement of socio-emotional learning in the CPLM, so that the results are more holistic, and that we will have like better insights, not just for next year, but in 5 years' time also, so that we can also measure the effect of the curriculum. That's all, sir. I would pass to Dr. Echel Tongson just to show, I think this would go into the discussion earlier about how do we look at the curriculum and the competencies just for kinder, sir, just for kinder.
All right. Go ahead, Dr. Thompson.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Senator Win. I would also like to request Teacher Nam Ugadan, Assistant Professor Ugadan, from the Department of Family Life and Child Development of the College of Home Economics in the University of the Philippines. So thank you very much. And also, based on the comments provided, also we agree that we congratulate the DepEd for making a decongested curriculum, because from over 200 competencies in kindergarten, it was reduced to 46. And I'm also happy to inform you that we participated in the public comments, because the what you call this, the draft of the Matatag curriculum for kinder was sent to us for comments also, and we discussed all of these things. And I'm so happy that from so many competencies, it was reduced to 46. So we were there also during the orientation, and we're conducting the retooling of kinder supervisors. That was done already in Makiling and also in Cebu. And also, pinag-uusapan na natin ngayon yung cognitive, but in the kindergarten level, sir, we believe that it's not only about the subject areas, but also the development of the different domains of development. So we have a different take on the kindergarten curriculum to prepare the children also for formal schooling in grade 1. So it's really very important that while we are developing their cognitive aspect or domains, it's important to note that all domains of development, including social-emotional, the physical, and also the other things related to their development are very important. It's not just enough to prepare them cognitively, but it's also very important to prepare them in terms of their dispositions to learn. So it all begins in early childhood. So we cannot really discount the connection of early childhood, the below 5 years old, to the learning competencies or the skills of the children that they will learn also in kinder, which will be the basis of lifelong learning for grade 1 and up to college as well. So I also agree with our, resource speaker from UST saying that the effects of what they've learned in elementary and high school or even kinder will also have an impact on the way we will conduct our higher education courses. So it's a different take altogether, because in kindergarten, we would like to promote play. So maaaring magtaka yung mga iba, bakit pinaglalaro lang yung mga bata sa school? Pinapapasok namin sila doon, pero bakit sila maglalaro lang? Well, in fact, we're play is the work of children. So wag po sanang magugulat yung mga nanay, mga tatay, even mga kamag-anak, even the other teachers who are not trained to do play-based approaches. That really children need to play because when they play, they see the connections of the things that they do. And also, we believe that it's important for children to develop first, no, to hold a pen or a writing implement before they're able to write their names fully. So we have discussed that play is really very important in those aspects. And then with the curriculum that we have for the quarter one, we have only 20 competencies, but it doesn't mean that we will target only the 20 competencies for the first quarter. So the competencies, because we have fewer, yes, we believe that the teachers can actually concentrate more on developing these competencies all throughout the school year. So when we have already targeted the competencies in quarter one, it doesn't mean that we will leave it there. We can actually use and concentrate and focus on these competencies even for the second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter, so that the teachers will have more opportunity to focus and develop the competencies all throughout the school year. And then we also now in kindergarten, because we do not have subject areas there, we believe that it's important for children to be prepared. And there's this burning question also why we need to involve the parents, because it's really very important to involve them because the parents are the first teachers of their children. So the school will be more effective in implementing all of the curriculum when the parents are really very involved. So with that, I'll turn you over to Assistant Professor Ugadan to discuss the slides, because we prepared the connections, to see the connections also of the quarters and the themes and the sub-themes for the Matatag curriculum.
Magandang hapon, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon sa ating mga kasama, mga kapitbahay, sa EDUC, at saka Sir Dasas. Gusto ko lang po sigurong bigyan ng kaunting kwento. Pero doon na tayo sa slide mismo ng curriculum web. Teach pa forward. Is it with that? Ang tawag po namin sa aming mga sarili ay mga brain surgeons. Kaya lang kami ay non-invasive. Bakit? We are non-invasive brain surgeons because we help influence the brain architecture of young children early on. And we do this by helping facilitate meaningful experiences in the classroom and hopefully also in the homes, no, with the families, na magkaroon ng follow-through sa bahay. So kahit kami ay mga brain surgeon, ang aming tools ay yung aming ginagamit na pag-intindi ng mga bata, alamin kung nasaan sila, i-connect ang kanilang nalalaman sa kanilang aaralin. Para hindi ito ganyan. Kailangan ito ay palaging meaning-based. Because that's for young children, very important yun eh. What they are learning is something that they understand. And for that to happen, we have to start where they are. So tingnan lang po natin itong, maliliit po yung words, pero doon po sa apat na tema ng DepEd, doon sa Matatag, kinonect po namin siya. Maybe I would call this like a roadmap, no? But we call this a mother web. Kasi gusto po namin ipakita na kahit ang pinag-aaralan po ay nasa quarter 1, kumokonek po ito hindi lang sa nangyayari sa pang-araw-araw kung sakaling umusok ang bulkang Taal o kaya mag-alboroto ang bulkang Mayon, hindi dahil nasa quarter 4 pa. Ang tungkol sa mga anyong lupa ng Pilipinas ay hindi yan pwedeng pag-usapan kasi sa quarter 4 pa yan, ano po. So gusto namin ipakita sa pag-connect ng mga themes and sub-themes na ito, sa mga bata, ganito nila ito tinitingnan. Konektado sa kanilang mga araw-araw na buhay at kung ano nang nangyayari sa kanilang komunidad. And sabi natin kanina, iba-iba yung konteksto ng mga bata, ng mga eskwelahan, no, ng ating public schools. Kung kaya't very important, gusto ko yung minention kanina, kailangan context-based siya. No? So yung developmentally appropriateness, hindi lang siya age-appropriate, individually appropriate, at saka socio-culturally and linguistically appropriate. So, next slide please. Ayaw gumalaw. Ayan. So kung halimbawa po ang pinag-uusapan ay, pwede ba akong tumayo? Hindi ko kasi makita. Okay. Meron po kaming song and dance. So kung kunyari po ang pinag-uusapan ay tungkol sa kanilang mga sarili, lumalabas po ang ganitong mga konsepto. Pakipindot lang po. Sige po, susunod po. So these are the things that kindergarten children usually talk about and they know about. So if it's about their body, we can talk about, pakipindot lang po. Go ahead. So meron po siyang mga themes that these are the concepts that they can talk about, the parts of their body, how they move in different ways, and the different parts and how they move, their needs, food, water, clothes. There are different people who help keep my body healthy. So papasok na rin yung tungkol sa community. So hindi po siya talaga lang sa isang quarter. Nagko-connect po yung mga themes and sub-themes. That's why when we write the learning exemplars, we have to be able to relate itong konsepto ito. Children, pinag-usapan natin to, naalala ninyo. No? At isa po sa mga, go ahead po, tuloy pa. Sige po, pakipindot lang. Okay? Yan. So, very important na ito ay they find meaning in what they are doing. And we are also excited as writers because one of the things that we're going to write about when we get to quarter 3 is about there are leaders in our country. And our country is led by a president. And then we elect our leaders. Yeah? And then meron pong isang sub-theme doon ay good leaders lead with honesty, think of the people, and they always do the right thing all the time. Those are some of the sub-themes that we put there. We think that this is important, even at kindergarten level. Okay? And because education is a process of living, not a preparation for future living, it happens now. It happens in the lives of children. It should be integrated with life, not a preparation for a remote future. So marami pong salamat sa inyong lahat.
Something also. And it was said several times already by all the resource speakers, the importance of pre-service and in-service training. I think when we want to have the pedagogy, because there are also a list of pedagogies in the new Matatag curriculum for kindergarten, our question when we were looking at it is what pedagogy exactly? So can we really combine behaviorism with constructivism in that aspect? So we're really arguing, but since Teacher Nam and I and the Department of Family Life believes that children can construct their own knowledge by interacting with materials, by their own experiences as they talk to people around them, as they manipulate the materials that you have provided, as they read the books, as they observe the people around the community. Even when they watch TV, they learn something. So in that aspect, we really have to identify what pedagogy are we going to use, especially for very young children. And we want as early as possible that children are able to articulate their feelings, they're able to articulate what they want, they develop their critical thinking skills. And it's so very important that even at a young age, they know how to empathize with people, even with people from far away. For example, what's happening, for example, in Israel now, of course, they are not, they're very much aware of that because they're looking at it on television and social media. So how do we now process these things even for a young child? And also science. We've been talking about science and math as well. I don't think we need to wait in in grade 1 or in grade 2 or grade 3 to teach science, because telling about the weather and predicting what will happen because it's cloudy is part of inference. It's part of knowing and learning about what will happen when it's cloudy. How do you feel when it's hot? It's already about teaching them science. When you count how many boys and girls are found in the classroom, or how many pairs of shoes do you have in the classroom right now, you're already teaching them the basics of number and numeracy. So there are so many ways to do that. And in early childhood, we believe that it begins from the very beginning. That's why, Senator Win, I hope that early childhood will also be prioritized in the budget. It will also be prioritized in the things that we do, because it's all important to always not focus on the children. And also, one thing that we were advised not to do in writing the exemplars is that it should be lit based, meaning to say at a very young age, children, even in far flung barangays or even in fifth class municipalities, will be taught how to read using books. And it will be in Filipino. We were told by DepEd also that all books that you will use for kinder exemplars should be in Filipino. And we're very happy that, you know, we are promoting our national language, but I also believe with our colleague in EDUC that we should be able to teach children the language that they understand. So kung Bisaya sila, mag-Cebuano sila, kung Ilonggo sila, mag-Hiligaynon sila. So I don't think there's something wrong with us teaching them their mother tongue, because it's the best way to teach them concepts and skills as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The web or the illustration that you showed us,
Yes, sir.
that is an illustration of the new curriculum.
Based on our interpretation, sir, because when we came to DepEd, they gave us this matatag curriculum. And then, of course, as learning exemplar writers, we need to make sense of how this works based also on our experience. By the way, we have a laboratory school, the UP Child Development Center, and it's been using play-based approaches. And sir, in our many years of teaching, teacher Nam and I, and even our older colleagues, we never prescribed a textbook. We never have a textbook, and then we don't buy textbooks at all, but we make our own exercises, we make our own artworks, and we use a lot of common objects that are found in the school or at home as well. Well, textbooks are also very important, or worksheets and workbooks are important. But for early childhood, we would like to lessen that a bit, especially on the first quarter. Perhaps in the second or third quarter, even the fourth quarter, they can start writing and using what you call these worksheets and workbooks as well. But for the first sem or first quarter, even for the second quarter, we don't highly encourage using prescribed textbooks, because there are so many other ways to do, and teaching children, especially very young children, will not only be limited to us buying a lot of very expensive materials.
The old curriculum, there are about 257,
Yes, sir.
and now it's 46.
Yes, sir.
So in the old curriculum, it means that if there are 200 school days, every day there's a new curriculum. Is that how it?
There's a new
If there's a new competency being
there's a
taught?
new learning competency, but for this one, they have about an average of 2. So, like for example, for the let me look at my computer.
Because in the reduction, kindergarten is one of the most reduced,
Yes.
82%. So in other words, again, I'm not a curriculum expert, but common sense just dictating that we're giving now children more time to play, more time to learn, as opposed to bombarding them with a competency every single day.
Yes, sir. But because it's play-based approach, we incorporate all of these competencies through play. So they are allowed to play. And then it's only not one time. It's like, for example, so for quarter 1, knowing who we are and our families, in that particular quarter, you have a total of 20. 20 competencies. For the second quarter, you have exploring our community, meaning to say children will have opportunities to learn about their communities. For an indigenous community, for example. And then knowing, appreciating our country and caring for our world for the third and the fourth quarter, you have lesser competencies. But it doesn't mean that the faculty, that the teachers will concentrate only on the 7 competencies, for example. But all the competencies from the first to the second and the third can still be, targeted for all the quarters. Yes, and then Teacher Nam will say something also.
I just want to add, sir, that there are competencies that na tumatawid po siya, nagbe-bridge po siya for all the quarters. For example, for letters and numbers. So ito po, tumatawid po siya. Hindi lang dun sa specific quarter. Naka-indicate din naman po doon sa matatag curriculum na ganun po yung magiging sequence niya. You can do it in several quarters. And also, the competencies, let's say for example, it's numbers. It's not only done during work time. There are many ways. If you use intentional teaching, you can do it when children line up, when you're waiting for transition, in between the routine. You can do it for attendance time. You can do it for when you're preparing to go inside the classroom from outside, from outdoor play. So marami po siyang pwedeng pag-applyan if you are intentional as a teacher and you look at what are your goals, what do you want these children to learn. That's why you can do it several times in the day and also during the week and also during the quarters.
That's why, Senator, may I add something? That's why when you talk about teachers being flexible, I think being flexible comes with knowing that you're confident about your craft, that you're confident to be able to find out, and it will all boil down to what kind of pre-service and in-service training they will receive from our higher education institutions in the Philippines.
Thank you for that. When we visited Finland, I remember, and I was surprised that they don't have any exams or tests, no, for their learners, but they have tremendous amount of trust on their teachers. Their teachers they trust their teachers that the teachers are teaching the learners what they need to learn, and at the end of the school year, the system trust that the learners learn. So, but of course, that's a whole new different topic. But I just want to share because you mentioned the teachers they know their craft and they're trained to do that.
If I may just add po, the elementary teachers talk about collaboration. Perhaps in the kindergarten level, we can have something like a coaching or a hand-holding with the kindergarten teachers and someone who is a pedagogical teacher para lang po matulungan siya to prepare for the lessons. And it's not so much dishing out or covering the content, but it's asking the right questions.
Thank you for that. Next will be Cocopea, represented by Dr. Gutierrez.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Senator Win. I also represent the CAP, at the same time our institution, the St. Louis University, together with VP SPK. We are also one of the centers of excellence in teacher education, and we are also supporting Department of Education in terms of learner material preparation. Our sharing this afternoon, Honorable Chair, is from a collective comments and suggestions from select member schools of the CAP. And we know for a fact that private schools are also compliant of DepEd requirements, from following the different competencies, the mandates, the assessment, and the grading system. I would like to give the highlights and comments given by the select member school of the CAP. We observed in the Matatag curriculum, the competencies promote critical thinking and evidence of clearer articulation of the 21st century. Senator Win, just for your information, since our school is the seat of the regional center for the CAP in the region, we assisted our private schools in the region in terms of curricular delivery. Meron po kaming mga moves, dahil karamihan po sa aming mga private schools in Cordillera, hindi ho sila nakaka-avail no nung talagang mga trainings po for the schools. Kami na po yung lumalapit sa kanila. We convene them at the same time to give them training in terms of curricular delivery. We also observe that there is a focus on the foundation and skills. Nakita po namin ito po yung nakita po namin na talagang kailangan po namin because Ma'am Joyce, in the private school kasi we have a mandate to make our delivery unique and distinct from the public school. So kailangan ko, ito po yung sinusunod po namin na competency. We need to upgrade our delivery para hindi naman kami kamukha ng public. Otherwise, we will close our institution and let the public school do the teaching. So in the private school, we made some upgrading and modification of our delivery, especially in terms of strategies, assessment, at the same time in the performance tasks. Third, ma'am, we also observe the alignment between the performance and content standards. No, it's very clarified, ma'am. Yun din po yung ginagawa, ma'am, namin sa private schools po, ma'am, ngayon. No, na kung ano talaga yung hinihingi ng competency, kailangan itaas natin ng konti. Yun po yung ginagawa po namin, sir, sa private school. We would like to give some comments and suggestions po sana no, on behalf of the private school. And it is our prayer na sana po na huwag niyo pong kalimutan ang private schools. No? Sabi, lagi kasi pinag-uusapan na pagkasabing curriculum improvement, delivery, laging public lang. What about us in the private school? Like for example, in the salary increase no, ng mga teachers ng public. Paano naman kami sa private? No? So sana huwag niyo po kami kalimutan, Sir Win, na naglalambing po ang mga private schools. No? At the same time, pag-aaral lang siya, sir. Opo. At the same time, yung clear and seamless understanding po ng public and private schools about the matatag curriculum framework. Sana po kasama po lagi ang private in terms of sharing no, yung talagang pinaka-framework po ng matatag curriculum. At the same time, isa po sa comment po namin, yung strengthening of formative assessments before giving the summative assessments. And there must have a clear assessment system and assessment calibration. Ano ba talaga yung para natin ng pagmamarka? So sana maging malinaw po sa atin, lalo na po papasok po yung bagong matatag na curriculum. Sana po mailantad po natin dito yung talagang paraan ng pagmamarka po at makita po natin yung talagang performance. Kaya na binabanggit po nila yung pagtuturo po ng competency. Sa amin po sa private school, lagi po namin in-inject sa kanila, hindi lamang pagtuturo, it must be the learner should be able to demonstrate the competency. Hindi lang yung naituro ko na, okay na, dapat makita mo na talagang na-master niya at kaya i-demonstrate yung competency po. Senator Win, I have with me our Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Spique, to give also some input regarding the matatag curriculum.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Spique.
Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to our chair, Honorable Senator Win. We're really very grateful that we're always involved in all of these activities to ensure that we're going to provide quality education for all our learners. Actually, I'm also with the TEC with Ma'am Jen here. So we were able, of course, to hear a lot of comments and suggestions, and we're happy that these were all integrated by the Department of Education through the different revisions that they were able to do. And of course, we would like to commend the Department of Education for ensuring that there will be a focus already on the foundational skills that's needed. Being in a tertiary education, I think one of the observations that we have receiving graduates of the K-12 has something to do with providing a lot of bridging activities for them, of course, to fully understand also the lessons that we do deliver or the competencies or outcomes in higher ed. And we're happy that this was already done through the matatag curriculum and even the clear articulation already of the 21st century skills. And one of the concerns, of course, that we were able to receive from the different associations, private associations in our region has something to do with really strengthening the reading program, and that is what we do appreciate with the matatag curriculum. We have the in-place national reading program and then the national mathematics program. And even in the previous meetings together with our DepEdCar regional Director, Dr. Carino, we were emphatic also on ensuring that the implementation of the MTB-MLE program will be according to how it was originally framed, because we were able to work with the
the UP Diliman through Sir Nolasco, and it was actually a very good program. However, in the implementation of this, we had a lot of troubles, like in CAR, for example. Ilocano is not actually is the mother tongue of our students there, but maybe because of some of the problems or limitations during the implementation, that we were compelled to teach it as a subject in our laboratory schools, in the private schools, when many of our students are not really using it as a language. We do support indeed MTB-MLE, only it should really be implemented according to its purpose. Yeah, for us as a language of instruction, we do support it. And we're also very happy as a private institution that we're intensifying values education in GMRC, because that's also is one of our advocacy, and we're happy for this. And we do, of course, appreciate DepEd again for all of this. Only, I would like to reiterate what was said, of course, by Sir Joy. We also hope, unfortunately, wala pong pilot testing po, Ma'am Joyce, sa private school. So lahat ng mga pilot testing schools that we have for this year are all coming from the public school. So yun din po sana, na sana meron ding partnership, pilot testing sana na nangyari also with some of the private schools. And of course, yung hinihilingan natin na sana magkaroon nga ng equal po na opportunities, not only for the public schools, but even for the private schools. So we're appreciative of all of these initiatives, and we do believe that DepEd is trying its very best, and we're happy that all the different recommendations of all stakeholders are all integrated in the new curriculum. So what's really very important to us is the implementation and the support that we need to get. Because I'm also coming from a private TEI, it's unfortunate also that while we have very good facilities, because it was actually mentioned a while back that we are producing teachers coming from higher education institutions, but the problem is they need to retrain them again when they are with the Department of Education and so on. So I think we really need a support coming from your office po, sir, so that the complementarity will not just happen in the basic ed, but I think it should also happen in higher education institutions, because sir, yung mga mayayaman po hindi nila sasabihin, anak, mag-aral ka at kumuha ka ng education. So nakasalalay po yan sa scholarship. And then I tried my best to understand how come among teacher education institutions bumaba po ang aming mga enrollees for science and mathematics, even if we were identified by DUST as the star for the region. Star for the region, sir, is Science and Science Technology Academy of the region. So we have very good facilities, sir. The problem is wala po kaming enrollees to take up BSED, Science and Mathematics, dahil wala na raw pong scholarship. Wala na yung SEGYAP, NISGP, yung mga ganun po, or yung PESFA that were provided in the past. At ang ibinibigay din lang po ng mga mula sa Kongreso ay grant na lang po na 15,000, hindi po full scholarship. So these are our concerns, because SUCs are having, of course, problems with facilities. But HAIs, top performing institutions, have very good facilities only because, but the only problem is we do not have students to teach, taking all of these very good programs, that's science po and mathematics. So sana po magkaroon po ng voucher para po din sa teacher ed, katulad ng nangyayari po sa basic ed. Yun lang po, maraming salamat.
We'll talk about that. That's a whole big topic. Unless you want to stay here until 12 midnight, pwede natin pag-usapan yung complementarity. No, but kidding aside, in the private schools, Director Andaya, so this is a curriculum for public schools, but this will be the curriculum also for private schools, okay? And they are mandated to implement this as well. Okay, all right. All right, but that's a good point by Dr. Speaken. We should have included maybe a few, one or two private schools in the pilot testing. I'm not very sure if there's time for that, but please consider that, no? Just to show our counterparts in the private sector that they are part of the system. No? I came from Cebu. I was a speaker in SEAP, and I emphasized that we look at the entire system, not to divide it by public, private, because at the end of the day, we're teaching Filipino children, no, Filipino learners, and they're, no matter where they studied, it's them who will run this country in the future. No, so we look at the entire system. Yeah, go ahead.
Senator Win, just a rejoinder to Ma'am VP Speaker's statement. In our region, Ma'am Joyce, together with the regional program of DepEd, the regional office, we had a strong partnership with them because in our region, we have a saying, no child is left behind and no school is left behind, whether public or private. Kaya minsan kung kailangan po ng public ng support coming from the private, handa po kaming tumulong. Kaya kung meron po kaming training na binibigay po sa private school, we also invite our counterpart from the private. Like for example, ma'am, this afternoon we're having English enrichment program. We have invited speaker from U.S. Embassy. We invited also teachers from the public school, not only from the private. That's our partnership, and we thank Dr. Carino, our regional program director, for a very close partnership with the private institutions. Thank you po.
Thank you for that. We have also, I missed this earlier in the earlier part of this hearing. Another pilot school from all the way from Mindanao who's here with us, Dr. Dones of the Mindanao of the Suyangan Elementary School, Surigao. Siargao, Surigao del Norte. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone, especially to the Honorable Chair, Senator Win Gatchalian. In behalf of the Schools Division of Siargao, in the name of our Schools Division Superintendent, we are very happy that we are being invited in this meaningful exchange. And I believe that we are in the same boat, like what Pilot School, the Malabon Division has said a while ago, that we are very positive in embracing this new and improved Matatag curriculum. Yet I believe that there will be prevailing issues and concerns when it comes to the geographical locations and the erratic weather condition. That's what we are experiencing in the island. So our concern is how could we perform well given that kind of conditions as we are in the island schools. But anyway, as we read the discussion paper, the general shipping paper of the Matatag curriculum, we are very glad that finally that we will be having these foundational skills as being given emphasis. Reading, literacy, and numeracy are given emphasis since as we look into our performance indicators, because by the time that we are being invited in this forum, we look into and somehow review our education development plan, and we somehow relate this to our performance indicators in terms of the proficiency level, the performance of our kids in the 21st century, and most of all, our reading ability of our pupils. And then I believe that the teachers may have had a hard time delivering the lesson since they need also to attend to or provide more interventions, reinforcement, and remediation activities for our pupils who are categorized as struggling readers and non-readers. That alone would be an issue for our teachers while they will be delivering and somehow in the attainment of the competencies under Matatag. And I would just like to give some rejoinders when it comes to the practice that on the learning action cells, the school-based learning action cells now is being termed as collaborative expertise sessions. I believe that we have been practicing that one, only that our teachers may have difficulty in how are they going to deliver or how are we going to display specific behaviors for us to be able to say that this type of collaborative expertise sessions are successful. So I believe that our central office will be providing us with capability building, and we are very trustful with the process as to the provision of capability building of our teachers, since we need also to align this to the standards as being reflected in our PPST, the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers. So we are looking into the alignment, and we believe that our teachers also need more deepening when it comes to the pedagogy. And as I've said, they are having this LAC session, yet Perhaps this won't be enough if there will be no rejoinder coming from the central office in the provision of the capability building, so that they will be able also to share and somehow contextualize along the way, like in the case of the island schools, how we could contextualize the delivery of instruction for our islanders, for our young islanders. Thank you po.
So far, what's the experience of
So far,
your
there is a really a positive reception coming from our teachers. They were able to, based on our initial monitoring and evaluation, they were able to perform well, and they were able to deliver it to their kids. The only problem there, which is very manageable and very minute, is on the reproduction of the materials, the learning guides, the teaching guides as well, because we are only given soft copies. So hopefully, as we will be journeying with the Matatag curriculum, we will also be given the necessary materials, the hard copies of the guides. Thank you po.
Thank you, thank you. We're talking about materials. We invited also Rex Education, and we want to hear their comment on the new curriculum, and if you have any related issues regarding the curriculum. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Espinosa.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for inviting us here. First, Attorney Buhain would like to extend his apologies for not being here. First, we would like to congratulate DepEd, and we would like to affirm our support to DepEd in the implementation of the Matatag curriculum. We just hope that the Department of Education would continue or engage more the private sector and use its competence and capacities, especially in the preparation of learning materials, especially since the book publishing industry is mandated by law, by RA 8047, to support the implementation of DepEd's basic education program. In relation to that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to echo the logistical concern raised by Director Mike a while ago, and we would be more than willing to work with DepEd to work out a system for a shorter process of textbook call to evaluation to notice to proceed to mass printing and eventually to dissemination. We stand ready to work with the Department of Education in this regard. So aside from providing learning materials to the public education sector, Rex Education and the private educational publishing industry is also supporting the private education sector in a lot of ways. Aside from the books that we provide, we also provide them with teacher professional development program to capacitate them. Currently, I believe we have scheduled a lot of cascading session to impart some knowledge on the Matatag curriculum to help the private education teachers and administrators make sense and appreciate more the features of the Matatag curriculum. We work with DepEd for inputs on this. Also, throughout the year, we provide capacity development program for teachers to implement the curriculum. I believe that is something that we would also be doing, because as early as now, we have been receiving a lot of requests from our private school clients and partners. That said, Mr. Chairman, and to my former colleagues from DepEd, we would like to be included din po sana doon sa pilot implementation doon ng Matatag. And not really to intervene, but we would like to be kept in the loop of the developments as we anticipate that our private school partners will be looking to us to help them prepare for the nationwide implementation of the Matatag curriculum. So, Mr. Chair, if I may introduce my colleague here, who has more competence to discuss comments on the curriculum.
Bottom line is the new curriculum will still be in the implementation of the new curriculum. Textbooks will still be procured from the private sector, right? I mean, that's mandated by law as well. But the intention is to develop books well, um, request the development of books from the private sector, and then they will also publish, no? And government will obviously procure. And the way we distribute books is the private sector will distribute the books. That's how the system works. So I think that's the bottom line there.
Sir,
Yeah, go ahead.
just to add that we just finished with the orientation of the Matatag curriculum with the private publishers. This is already eyeing that by January, we'll be able to proceed with the procurement process already. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Any more comments?
Magandang gabi po, Senator Win.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to highlight some commendations for the Matatag curriculum. First on the decongested curriculum. A while ago, we asked Director Joyce on certain numbers, the prompt two numbers, say for example for the mathematics competencies. So there is a massive deduction in terms of the competencies. On the average right now, for a grade level, the range of competencies is around 40 to 50. For grade 1 mathematics, current curriculum offers 66 competencies. Now it is reduced to 44 competencies. Actually po nakatulong po yung public review para mas lalo pang ma-decongest yung curriculum. During the April publication of the first draft, the mathematics grade 1 offers 57 competencies from the 66. So, and then after the public review, mas na-decongest talaga. And I think, hindi lang po basta na-decongest yun, Senator Winano. When I look into the global proficiency framework of UNESCO, nakita namin na very close na yung mga skills na minimeasure under SGD 4.1 doon sa ating mathematics competencies. So, in terms of global standards, the mathematics grade 1 specifically is very close adjacent to that global proficiency framework. So I would like to commend the Department of Education for that. Second, I would like to thank the BCD, the BLR, and the BLD for facilitating a two-month hand-holding sessions with the private publishers. So we concluded yesterday, and we were provided some guidelines, no? But there are some recommendations that arise during the session. And also, the other item on the development of 21st century skills, I think this time hindi na siya masyadong parang kwento lang or a motherhood statement. The Department of Education show us some indicative and specific initiatives to address this concern. So sabi nga, it should be the strengthening of the 21st century skills as articulated in the revised and redefined, I think, or refined framework for the 21st century skills and the articulation of the STEM framework. Yun yung isang, I think, highlight ng Matatag curriculum, the STEM framework, that give emphasis on the application of the acquired learning in various STEM disciplines through the engineering design process. The STEM framework articulates its goal of developing 21st century skills through learning opportunities where the students can apply what they learn in the natural learning platforms like mathematics, science, and technology. Also, I would like to highlight the intensification of values formation. I think more than the list of values written in the assessment policy guidelines of the Department of Education, the inclusion and the institutionalization of the GMRC, I think, is a tangible evidence of the serious call to intensify values formation alongside with the new learning area called Makabansa. And normally, when I appreciate this Makabansa in the tagline of the Department of Education, which is para sa batang makabansa, I think the subject Makabansa is a natural learning platform that will push this tagline into a reality and more concrete actions. So I think there are many, Matatag curriculum is a promising curriculum. Pero sabi nga nila, ang curriculum ay isang magandang dokumento na pag hindi na implement ng tama ay mananatili lang niya sa shelf ng Department of Kagawaran. I think the real battle is in the implementation. And we need to give premium to our teachers and the capacity building. The national curriculum ay hindi lamang usapin ng public education. Ito ay usapin din ng private education. Since we subscribe to the national curriculum, I would like to recommend, would you consider item to the kagawaran, nagbumuo o bumalangkas isang programa na mag-strengthen ng public-private partnership sa aspeto ng evangelization ng curriculum na ito. Kasi maaaring ang BCD ay hindi piling ko lang Ma'am Joyce, hindi sasapat ang BCD para i-cover lahat ng eskwelahan ng public at private. I know BCD is going around the country reaching so many provinces. Pero do not lose sight po sana of the private schools. And I hope DepEd can look into the opportunity of tapping credible institutions like Cocopeya, CAP, PAC, and other private entities like Flex Education for the evangelization, if I may describe it, the evangelization of the matatag curriculum. Para po hindi po na-alienate naman yung private education kasi this is a national, I think, interest din po. For Rex po, Sir, Senator Win, we are ready for the matatag learning resources. In fact, nung nag-publish ng April version ang curriculum and then nagkaroon ng revision hanggang sa September 21, we are ready already with the matatag edition or learning resources, and we are now contextualizing it for the public requirement based on the specifications laid down by the Bureau of Learning Resource. So to DepEd, to the CMT, and to all the bureaus, congratulations for the matatag curriculum. I think this will really make us matatag in terms of our goal to improve the quality of education. Thank you po.
Thank you. Well, just a side comment. I just want to emphasize that I'm very sure that DepEd nor this committee is disenfranchising the private school or the private sector. It's just the sheer number of students that are going into our public schools. No, that's why the attention is really given to our public schools. And I mentioned this in the SEAP meeting that I believe to fix this country, we need to address the problems of our public schools without losing sight also that our private schools are partners. Because 90% of our students are in our public schools. Almost 90% of our teachers are also in our public schools. And it's just the sheer number of issues or the sheer volume of issues that the government is addressing makes it appear that government is neglecting the private school. They're not. We're not neglecting. In fact, I demonstrated that the amount of subsidies being given to the private school has escalated to just last year alone 52 billion pesos. No? It's just the volume of students lang. That's why. But rest assured that even in this committee, we are always tapping the expertise and the knowledge base of our private schools. No? Baka lang may feeling na ganun, but we're not. There's no intention of doing that. So, and we have two more pilot schools who joined us, and to give them a chance to share their thoughts, we're calling on Kawayan North Central School, represented by Dr. Cherry Ramos. She's present online. And then later on, we'll call on Tabogon Central Elementary School in Cebu, represented by Dr. Balagta. So we call on Dr. Cherry Ramos first.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon to our chair, Senator Win. We have here the supporters from the different agencies, both public and private. We would like also to give our experiences as to the implementation of the Matatag curriculum. We have here a simple presentation of what we have learned from this curriculum. We have here the pilot school, Kawayan North Central School. Of the 35 schools nationwide, they had chosen Kawayan North Central School as one of the 5 pilot schools in Region 2. With this, may we just have this presentation of our teaching and non-teaching personnel, which we have 81 of them, 1,915 learners under this pilot curriculum, and 56 using 56 classrooms. With this, we have a total enrollment of 675 pilot learners in Kawayan City. We have these organized classes for the Matatag curriculum in Kawayan North Central School, Kinder, Grade 1, Grade 4. As you can see, we have 7 classes in Kinder, 8 classes in Grade 1, and 7 classes in Grade 4, with 7 teachers in Kinder, 8 teachers in Grade 1, and 9 teachers in Grade 4. As mentioned by our director, both directors, BCD and BLD, we had this transitioning period of which the teachers, school head, and top officials were trained and oriented with the Matatag curriculum from the national down to the division levels. We have here the transition period for 10 days, headed by, of course, our regional director, Benjamin Paragas, of which all offices provided series of TA to our teachers, from our regional supervisors, and school weekly and SDO supervisors are visiting our pilot schools. Likewise, we have there ensuring the smooth execution of the transition curriculum in Region 2. We have the proper coordination from the different levels of governance so that we can really unleash what's expected from our teachers. Likewise, the expected output from its grade level through studying, continually studying and unpacking the learning competencies provided by the central office. Before the pilot implementation, we had also this 3-day training as being reported by our directors for our teachers, school heads, and SDO personnel. Included in this SDO personnel were the supervisors, even the top officials were also trained and oriented as to our roles in this implementation. To ensure understanding and application of knowledge of the new curriculum, demonstration teaching for kindergarten, grade 1, 4, and 7 were observed and processed at the regional office conducted by the central office and the regional office key officials. We would like also to report that a week before the start of the pilot implementation, we have this mastering of the TC. All teachers involved were convened to unpack the provided LE and WS, where collaborative expertise sessions were maximized through the assistance of the regional and division supervisors to quality assure and enhance provided LE and WS based on the learner's needs. In the pilot implementation phase of the Matatag curriculum, we have these facilitating and hindering factors that we have noted as we are already engaged in this pilot implementation. These are some of the indicators and remarks or findings that we had already surveyed. First is the sufficient provision of supplies and materials via Matatag Fund. And we have these positive learning outcomes that are evident as lessons and well aided with these essential materials in teaching under the new curriculum. Another, complete provision of learning exemplar and worksheets in grade 4. These also forwarded us to learning activities that well catered with the LEs and worksheets, leading to the smooth conduct of activities. Another indicator is on positive learning environment. The feedback coming from the learners, teachers, and parents, and other stakeholders. We have these also as initial survey coming from our education stakeholders. The reproduction of learning resources is also well managed as manifested to what we have harvested, needed additional non-teaching to do the job. We are requesting this likewise as been requested by one division in Mindanao. And then the adherence to DO number 9 series of 2005, wherein classroom activities were focused on instruction and learning engagement. Last one is on the provided technical assistance from the regional and division offices, where we harvested regular monitoring on these TAs coming from two offices, from the office of our regional director and from the office of ESDS, where we can, the school also harvested immediate feedbacks and incorporating these feedbacks for improvement. However, there's one hindering factor that we had identified in the implementation. We have here the reproduction of worksheets, wherein there's a need really to have this job be done by non-teaching personnel only. So we are giving this as a solution for the meantime, accommodating volunteer teachers for the reproduction of worksheets. But as been mentioned, there will be additional personnel to do the job for the teaching personnel. We have here surveyed feedback coming from parents. Initial survey lang po for the Matatag curriculum implementation. That the Matatag curriculum is systematized for both the learners and teachers. Literacy and numeracy are intensified in the early grades. Kids are more engaged and excited to go to school. And from the learners, they had mentioned the mastery level is achieved in a weekly basis. The teachers are friendly and smart. They continue to become friendly and smart. Worksheets are complete for grade 4. No learners were left behind from the lesson, and lessons were taught according to their learning pace. Feedback coming from the teachers, we have this as recorded. The delivery of the lessons was holistic and seamless. Teachers are too excited and engaged in facilitating the teaching learning process, more realistic, no duplication and redundancy of learning competencies, and there's an acquisition of 21st century skills that's still feasible with the Matatag curriculum. With the practices of SDO Kawayan City in regard to the implementation of Matatag curriculum, we have this strong collaboration with the stakeholders, local government, which attracts full support to the pilot school, teachers' resourcefulness, resilience, and positive stand towards the new curriculum, close working tandem between the SDO and implementing school, non-stop provision of TA and coaching from the regional office, open communication with the RO and CO for immediate response and clarifications to queries and concerns, massive advocacy and information dissemination through MANCOM meetings, fora, and media, increased level of awareness, acceptance, and support, capability building for teachers and school heads on the new curriculum, values formation, pedagogy, content, technology, and the like. Regular conduct of collaborative expertise session as indicated in the class program. Technical assistance to teachers in the conduct of classes under the Matatag curriculum is being manifested as regular monitoring transpires. Proactive and adaptive school head, presence of SDO superintendents and the personnel of SDO who are fully supported to the Matatag curriculum, presence of competent kindergarten teachers who could devise contextualized worksheets to aid their teaching, teachable and digital savvy teachers of kindergarten, grade 1 and grade 4, and course, cemented partnership with the local government unit, the SCPTA officials on this holistic endeavor. Likewise, making use of slide decks and automated resources such as TV as instructional tools and materials during classes adds learning motivation and sustains learning interests. Teachers have devised mechanism scheduled on the preparation of slide decks that is deemed necessary. And this will sum up the practices we have in SDO Kawayan City. To our chair, Senator Win, we had heard along with our partners, likewise the plans from the Department of Education, and we would like to affirm this as planned by our central office, the Department of Education, along with our partners, that we too in Region 2 had this partial way of saying the matatag curriculum is really worth taking, worth implementing for our learners and the community people of Kawayan City. That would be all, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Chair Ramos, for the very comprehensive presentation. I'm happy to hear that the learners find our teachers there warm and smart. No? So, but I think that's a product of decongesting the curriculum. Di na sila nagmamadali magturo. Lastly, we have our friends from the Visayas, from Tabagon Central Elementary School in Cebu, represented by Dr. Balagtas. Dr. Balagtas? Still there? Or Miss Cinco? Purenda Cinco? I think they already logged on kasi dinner time na. I'm actually trying to finish before 7. We didn't prepare dinner for you guys. So, but I think we've exhausted all of our resource persons. And it's been very fruitful, enlightening, as well as rejuvenating, you know, in my terms, because I think this is a long time coming. I know Dr. Dad San Antonio has been waiting for this, and it's finally here. Our senators still want to learn about the details of the curriculum, and we will do that in the next session. But so far, from what I hear from Malabon, from Surigao, and from Kawayan, so far the implementation is smooth. It's welcomed by both teachers, learners, and parents. And one thing common that I've heard from all of them, the supply of materials. No? I think the supply and the support of materials makes a big difference. And that's one thing that we need to sustain until the full implementation of this law. And this is where the private sector will come in to support us. So may I say congratulations, no? In the initial stage, and we look forward to the full implementation of this curriculum, and rest assured that the committee will support the Department of Education in their needs to make this successful, because the success of this curriculum is the success of the Philippines. No? So thank you very much. So we will suspend this hearing and we'll see you next time. Maraming salamat.
So